Good morning, everyone. How you guys doing? Norfolk Southern created a giant ecological disaster in Ohio. Is it worth researching what insurance they use so I can short their insurance company? Good luck. They probably use multiple insurance companies, but it'll be hard to prosecute. Maybe in like 10 years. See, I'm not the only one that had early assignment on Upstart and GME cover calls. I can't say I mind. Ah, okay. I'm unfortunately not so lucky. Sit down to 210. Weekly seems like kind of a crapshoot at this point. Let's see. Where's futures? Okay, futures slipped resistance. Nasdaq down 159 basis points. Russell down 143. Dow down 90. ES down 124. Right now, I would say things aren't looking very promising for today. I gotta get my indicators set up on SPX. Looks like SPX is going to open up somewhere around 4,100 right now. Maybe a little lower. Gamma neutral today has moved. Try to get this in before market open. Gamma neutral at 41.55. Ding ding. So opening up just below it. And I guess we'll see what happens. Good morning. Really, the daily GG, you were saying that inflation is not cooling, so the Fed might raise more than 25 BPS in this year. Yes. Inflation has cooled. It is now trending against the expectations of continued cooling. I filled my SPY 4114p for 515 at open. Fucking re. Oh, dork. You could have. Okay. I got assigned on 5 Jimmy contracts, $10 below my cost basis. Now what? You can sell CSPs at the same strike you got assigned at? Okay. That's an option. Both of the premiums will reduce your cost basis. You can even sell them at a higher strike depending on what the reduction in premium is, but that's up to you. Profits is profits. I thought me and Dork were gonna be short the market buddies today, but Dork's already out. Fuck you doing, Baba? Piece of shit. Phil was epic. I still have my 390. Oh, okay. Okay. Hmm. What are you gonna do? Futures. Fix is now at 1950. So right back up to where it was. Futures look like they're about to kind of break down again here. Option buy. Gap fill expected on SPX? No, I don't think so. At least it doesn't look that way right now. Fidelity is trying to figure out that drop in my port. What do you mean? Oh, did they message you? The guy that is fixing my espresso machine said food grade brazing rod is on back order. I realize now how bad an espresso coffee tastes. Yep, it's pretty awful. I know it's simple stuff. I've been following learning, but I haven't sold CSPs yet. How do you decide how much theta you need for them? That depends what your goal is. If your goal is assignment, and you're fond of the price you're selling them at, like you think that the price of GME will eventually end up lower and you will be assigned, then you can target like 30 or 45 days. If you want faster assignment, you can sell them for a shorter period of time. The worst case scenario is the price of the underlying bounces, right? And then you you don't get assigned, but you still make money. I would generally target periods for GME on longer term ones in between OPEXs. So like the monthly expirations. That tends to be when GME's price hits its lowest peaks or like lowest points. Active Trader still hasn't processed the opening volatility. Have you entered any calls for OPEX? I haven't. I'm still waiting until mid or end of day. No, I haven't. I already have like 150 uh synthetic longs at 20. I'll probably, depending on how low we drop, like we drop sub 20 again, I'll probably add to that. And then fuck, I really don't want to pick up any vol positions. I might grab some like 50s again. Those were pretty good last time. Some like 20, 24 50s. Other than that though, I don't think I'm not gonna get like short-term exposure. Because the chance of getting burned on the holiday is super high. So, if I confirm an IV bump and volume like next week, then I'll pick up shorter dated shit. I'll pick up some like 14 and 30 DTE. BTU doesn't give a fuck. BTU is a big fan of a falling market. Where did Upstart go? Oh, there it is. Out of the call side of my strangle. Time for ouchie down downs. Hmm. Time for bounces. Small bounce. Oof. I'm gonna try to get back above gamma neutral. Look at him go. Fix at 1970. How low do you think we could drop today on SPS based on the positioning? We could fall to the collar. I mean, I guess we could fall below it potentially. I'll have an update on intraday positioning in like 10 minutes or so. 11 minutes. Dad, I sold 18 cover calls at open. Am I winning now? I hope so. Was the vol good? Should have been. BTU doesn't give a fuck. No. How much do you think we could potentially fall today? 50 more BPS, perhaps? I don't know. Obviously, the inflation print is going to have more of an effect than simply SLD by itself. We just don't know how much. There are a lot of factors there to consider. I mean, potentially based on positioning, the bottom range is probably somewhere around like 3,900 to 3,850. Although that would require kind of an intense sell-off. Not sure how I feel about JP Morgan talking about another Volmageddon. You know, I'm okay with it. Bit late, I mean. What day do they have to cover this month's OPEX? Thanks in advance. Well, they don't have to cover this month's OPEX. There's a holiday deferral. But if they were to cover it, it would be covered on T+2 from Friday's expiration. So Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday of the following week, which puts us at a final date of Feb 23? Feb 23? Discord audio. My Discord audio is up and working fantastically. You get SPX OI periodically throughout the day. Theoretically, you could pay more and get it more frequently, even live. Yep. I imagine the price is insane. It's not just the price, it's, you need infrastructure to handle that amount of data. Far beyond what I'm capable of getting or willing to pay for it. You stuck God, I made 40% on one of my ports this week based on my very slow, almost regarded learning process and your fine wisdom. Also learn not to YOLO everything back in. So we'll sit on this morning's overnight gains. You're the fucking king. Thanks, Seacraft. I appreciate it, man. That's fucking awesome, dude. I made 300% on my puts, and I have a busy day. Thank you. Don't read any Ko-Fis from Walken or Lauren. I don't think Lauren's ever sent me a Ko-Fi. But he might have bought my $25 covered calls. Oh, fuck off, Walken. Kendra's Ko-Fis are the best. What beans are you having these days for your coffee? I have a Ecuadorian medium roast. It's like water washed and it has hints of caramel and dark chocolate. How much would it cost to run live option servers and programmers to process that data? Millions a month? There's a there's a big gap in cost between like the data we have now and the data we want. Jimmy Vick's correlation showing up again. Things are getting weird. Yeah, things are getting weird. Jimmy is very illiquid, but it will also sell off if the market sells off. They got some liquidity back in IJH yesterday, but they also fucking obliterated XRT, which makes me think, given how loaded up XRT is, more than it's ever been historically, I would say that they're getting ready to reg show it because right now there's no way it goes through an audit clean. Dumb question because they use a deferral for some of the obligations, splitting it up. Sure. Yeah. I mean, I think that's what we saw happen, through most of January was various groups of obligations covered over different deferral periods. Two statements. One, market will be closed Monday. Two, does this push final SLD till Tuesday. Yes, it does. SLD would complete Tuesday morning. Windows update wiped all my WeBull settings. Oh, that's the worst. I turned off dark mode? What are your thoughts on big guys doubling down on GME to front run the next sneeze? I don't know if there's going to be a next sneeze. Seems a little over the top. They're probably just buying in order to short, or they just bought in at the bottom knowing obligations were going to be covered, right? I mean, buying GME at 15 and selling at 24. And we know someone sold like 2 million shares, 1.5 to 2 million shares that last day when we got rug pulled. Is pretty profitable, right? The problem with the 13Gs and stuff is they don't really tell you anything about positioning ever. They're basically lies that hedge funds get to tell about their past holdings, and in no way indicate their current holdings. Yes, fell. Yes is holding support for now. Although the upside momentum is getting a little bit burnt out. It could still pull back up to like 41.20. The next VOP. Seems like they did do that. Yeah, it does. Yeah, I don't know if they're still in or not. Um, I do know there's more room to short GME, but it's not profitable. And as you can see, they're a little hesitant to do it against a rising market. Against a falling market, I think it's a little more profitable for them. Like it improves the like variance return on the short position. But you buy at 15 and sell at 24. How can us degens be better at timing? I mean, I entered a lot of synthetic longs at 15. I did the same on Upstart at like 13. Um, I mean, GME, once it hits below historic low levels, it's a matter of time before it starts to pick up a lot more retail interest. And if it falls low enough, it's going to pick up institutional interest, right? Buying GME cheap is generally a very good bet, right? It's got a lot of historical precedence. It's probably not hard to get a decent sized trade past a risk desk. How's SPXOI? Oh yeah, we should have something now. So 4100 still stacked with calls. Looks like they're holding, obviously. Um, that has not changed, except now they are extremely unprofitable, whereas yesterday at close they were very profitable. Um, we are still, I want to say we're not at gamma neutral, but we're still a little bit below it. This is a very classic bear flag. Um, today's expiration looks largely short. Already, tons of short interest at 40.90 and 40.60. Tomorrow's expiration has moved much shorter, with 40.75 and 40.50 being the strongest negative positions. For zero DTEs, it looks like 4100, 4050, and 4025 puts were entered in mass. Also, a very large amount of 3800 puts were bought. I don't know why. And then on the call side, it looks like 4130, 4140, 4150. But those could very well be sold. 4150 looks like it's dropped quite a lot of interest this morning so far. You're so negative about GameStop. No, I'm not. I'm long as fuck GameStop. I'm just realistic about it, man. That's how you don't lose money on it all the time, sitting and watching it go up and down and never capturing any profits. At least my position is built on, fundamental and technical analysis and belief in the company instead on fucking pipe dreams and MOASS and promises from idiots on the internet who don't know shit about fuck. Listen, John Jar, if you own a company and you've invested in it and it's trading at a price 2, 3, 4x its value and you don't sell, you're not just a bad trader, you're a bad investor. For GameStop, how do you determine how far into the money to sell covered calls? I mean, it depends on what I expect price action to be and how much risk I want to take. The closer to the money you sell them, the more risk you're taking of assignment. Is SPX going to fall to the lower orange line? The lower orange line is the collar. I'm going to change this. I don't have pink, unfortunately. Let's go purple. There we go. Yeah, I very well could. This zone is where the SPX is most likely to find stability. If it falls below the collar, it will become very unstable to the downside. It's too early to get triggered. Never. I love it when he talks to us like that. Thanks, Trash. Why so angry today? I'm not angry. I'm passionate. There's a difference. How dare you, you shill, talk bad about my random, unknown internet sources? They're trustworthy and reputable as any used car salesman. Charlie's vids? Why is Tesla bullish? Don't get me started. How do you still see 15 GT and near the money upstart puts? Uh, 15 DT? IV's a little high. 1450 is not terrible, I guess. Or 1950, sorry. Are you selling them or buying them? Buying? Okay. Yeah, 1950 doesn't seem awful. The spread's kind of wide. But I guess if you're not getting a ton of leverage, it doesn't matter. The $19 strike has a bit more interest, but it's a little riskier. They're trusted FBI agents. It doesn't matter if they're doing any of those things. If the market is overvaluing your company by 4 or 5 or 10x, you're an idiot if you hold it. because the price will come back down. The market may not be super efficient, but it's way more efficient than that. You're worried about Tesla March 17 180 puts? Or it will surely drop below that by then. Recent Tesla price action is so stupid. I'm not actually worried about the far dated ones. I'm more concerned with like my 205s for like Feb 24 and my 197s for Feb 24 than I am the 180s. The 180s are profitable below 205 also. Buying and holding GME, especially long, shouldn't be approached with derision anymore. We all don't know, even the most experienced, what will happen with GME. That's called an appeal to ignorance. It's a logical fallacy. Not knowing is not an excuse for inaction. How can you tell when SLD is done or coming to an end? You can't. We know when it's done. It has a date where it is finalized. And that is Tuesday morning. Other than that, there's no way to tell when it's done. Sometimes the market turns around, sometimes it stagnates, sometimes it continues to drop. All of those are possibilities. Is this shorts on B2 trying to keep 30 COI out of the money, or just strong resistance? It's pretty strong resistance. You're the guy that wants forward guidance every quarter and wants the price to go up expeditiously because you trade options. I get it. I just like the stock. Man, the price already goes up expeditiously and I already trade options. That doesn't mean I don't own the underlying. That doesn't mean I'm not invested in GameStop. Being intelligent with your investment does not make you a shill or not an investor. Selling cover calls is not bearish. Selling cover calls simply means that you do not think during that period of time GME is going to realize the value you expect from it in the future. Here's what I don't do. I don't want to own depreciating assets. And I don't want to sit on my assets and not profit off my ownership of them. That's ignorant and inefficient. What do you consider a good entry range for SRUUF? I mean, if it's trading at a discount, it's at a discount, right? Jen? In light of what you're saying, would you say that GME, Upstart, and Fubo's fair values are right now? Fubo's like -$3. GME is around 11. It depends what valuation model you use, but anywhere from like $7 to $13. Upstart's fair value is anywhere from like negative 14 to 42. DCF on Upstart's like 2640 for 2023. I would say it's come pretty close to that already this year, twice. I need you to calm down. Sips coffee. Okay, as you were. Wanting forward guidance from a company you're invested in a bad thing? It's not. It's not. But it is not common for a turnaround uh, where they're attempting to revitalize the core business to not say anything until they've achieved profitability. So what Cohen's doing with GameStop and not giving forward guidance isn't that unusual. There might be some hubris there. There might be a lot of equity value left on the table by not running his mouth a little bit more. But he's also not experienced in running public companies, right? So, I'm sure that the shock of and media frenzy was not something he was prepared to deal with when he bought into GameStop. Why in God's name is anyone still holding 4100 calls after all this market data? Well, they'd like to sell them at a profit. They are selling them off, and they probably will sell them off in greater numbers as we slip further away from gamma neutral. Have you started to explain why Tesla is so stupidly bullish and then stopped? Please explain if you don't mind. Oh, Elon's doing his like full pump tour right now. He's saying all kinds of bullish shit everywhere. Lots of bullish news articles being published. Analyst upgrades. I mean, ultimately, Tesla's really liquid right now, and they're probably going to short the fuck out of it the second the market drops. Yeah, and that would have been a great time to sell those companies, John Jarbanks. It's okay if you want to invest like a boomer. That's fine. I'm not here to tell you not to, but I'm saying that you could capitalize more on your investment. You don't have to. You don't have to take advantage of any opportunity ever. No one has ever successfully forced someone to take advantage of an opportunity. I gotta say, at times in the past, you dished out tough love is why today I have discipline and set trailing stops. And when I'm in the money and take profits instead of bag holding. Thanks. Thanks, man. I just sold my first CSPs after way too long. Is there a reason why I should ever buy an underlying stock again without getting assigned on CSPs? Is it that simple? Am I that simple? I think I love you, but I haven't had coffee. Yes, sometimes you need it immediately, or the price for a brief moment is so cheap that you do not have time to wait out a downtrend on CSPs, right? If the price crashes after earnings or on a market correction, right? And there's a very small window where you can obtain your shares. Then obviously CSPs are not ideal. But if you're simply looking to DCA into a position over a long period of time, they're great, and they can discount your holdings. Thoughts on silver? I just got out of a silver position. I don't think it's gonna. I don't think it looks super great for moving again. I don't particularly care about Silvergate. It's got more room to run. Um, I generally when I play silver, I buy SLV. Um, right now, I think it has some decent room to the downside, probably like 19, maybe $18. Commodities could heat up, and that could cause silver to run, but silver is a lot like GME, and it runs COMEX. COMEX has very cyclical price movement, and silver is definitely affected by that. So it kind of drops low and then squeezes up really fast and then drops low again. Like bust out scams are really common on silver. Well, all of Comex actually. Isn't Upstart the stock that bald nerd embarrassed himself trying to pump on TV? He didn't even know what the company did. Yep, yeah, it is. He was a JP Morgan analyst and he had no idea what the company did. I'm not sure if he was there to pump it, given that the price of the stock went down like 100% 3 months after his interview, starting the day of his interview. But do you believe that market held up this good for the last few days because of zero DTs? And if so, will the SLD period punish retail for their recent options behavior? We'll see. I mean, people are way overly bullish going into this period of time. The government is having Tesla make a bunch of their charging stations. Yeah, that was news yesterday. Not they're making a bunch of their charging stations. They're giving those like grants out and stuff to other companies. But Tesla is going to open up their charging stations to other vehicles, supposedly. Allowing charging of like the industry standard cable. I forget what it's called. No one has ever successfully forced someone to take advantage of an opportunity. My mom's circa 1992 would like to have a word. Since you're my registered financial advisor, can you tell me what to do with my docu-shares? Hold or take profits? Do whatever the fuck you want, man. I'm not your financial advisor. Hey Greg, yesterday I opened a strangle on SPY, longer dated puts and 2DT calls. The price went up and I took profit on the calls and now my puts are up. Is this okay? Thank you again for all you do. That sounds perfect. Do you think I drop... Dude, do you have a voice of your own or you just repeat mantras you hear on the internet? Do you think the drop in the market is solely due to the bad PPI or some of it is SLD? Oh, I think this is mostly due to the PPI data. The PPI data was bad. We may see more of an effect due to SLD. Liar, you can force someone to take an opportunity. Check Pigeon Whale chat. All right, fine. All right. Yes. This failure to regain 40, like delta or gamma neutral, is interesting. GME intraday liquidity. Not using a lot of it yet. A little bit of arbitrage resolution, but not much. Arbitrage is still pretty negative. That'll probably largely resolve on the holiday. Yeah, still plenty of liquidity in both. There's no such thing as good money or bad money. It's just money. Yeah. So can you tell SPX to go up or down already? Or are we stuck in another channel after the pre-market drop? And we're stuck on a very strong resistance. Tesla has obscene fundamentals and has experience charging other brands in Europe. Fair point for the giga amount of positive press these last few weeks. Yeah, Tesla's fundamentals aren't that insane, and their earnings were kind of shit over the last 2 quarters, but they have very good accountants. That's not going to protect them from contracting margins, and the fact that even people with an 800 credit score aren't going to buy $100,000 car at 10% interest for 80 months, 72 months. But we'll see. You know, the last time someone told me about Tesla's great fundamentals, it was trading at $1,200 and I shorted the fuck out of it. Do you think Feb 27 is far dated enough to capture SPY SLD if I stay out the money? I want theta, but I don't want to pay for theta I don't need. Feb 27 is far dated enough to capture SPY SLD. At the money? Yeah, it's not bad. I mean, if I would confirm a breakdown of 4100 first. That seems important. If SPX breaks up here, do you think it goes for this morning's gap? It may go for some of it. Not a lot of interest up here. 4110 maybe? There's definitely a little momentum. VIX is still quite high. VIX is not dropping significantly with the increase in price. So I would say it doesn't look that great. But yeah, I mean, it could pull back to the gap. Where's the gap at? 41.15. It pull back to the gap and maybe fail there. Let me see. I don't have another update for positioning yet. My Jimmy shares got called away, but I'd like to maintain exposure to the stack for volatility, long-term value. It doesn't seem like it's a good entry for CSPs or leaps right now. I mean, you can sell out of the money CSPs. IV is pretty low on GME currently. IV did not go up much yesterday on the push up. Like the near term IV went up a little bit, but you know, if you're looking at leaps, IV's at like 80%, which is near historic lows. Rick, you're getting too popular. I had to watch two 15-second commercials without being able to skip. Less likes, people. I'm sorry, man. I'm thinking about getting a 2023 Mercedes GLE AMG with like 500 horsepower. Is that still gay or not? I mean, do you need your car to be gay? I believe The Simpsons got it right, and GME will be a $1 trillion company someday. They need to monopolize the gaming market and pull as much market share as possible. You know, I've heard a lot of investment theses over the years. You know what? Never mind. Shame. Thanks, JC. But Gurk, 10% over 72 months is basically a steal when you think about all the gas money that'll save them. Slash sarcasm. Yeah, unfortunately, you still have to pay to charge your Tesla. The flat choppy starts like this. Do you try to day trade the small moves or wait for a prominent trend to form? No, I generally don't try to day trade like the smaller moves. Like trading like the spread on contracts. I mean, you can. It's a way to make money. It's grindy. With this whole icon put position, would you agree that participants nowadays are so scared of showing a position? If you see and you know about it, it's probably because they want you to. I mean, I haven't seen any confirmation that the $5 billion futures contract order was icon. Also, I'm not sure that it didn't just close when we tapped the top of the collar, right? It was entered around like 41.30, right? And then like the next day we hit 40.65. Should I upgrade to Windows 11? Historically, in terms of Windows products, probably not. Baba ripping. Yeah, HSI was up last night. I'm kind of happy. I wanted to get some more puts on it today. So I'm going to average down the one DTE 4080s or just let them ride. I'm gonna let them ride for a little bit. They're not nearly far enough out of the money for me to average them down. Will Papa Bullard deliver the coup de grace when he speaks later? I have no idea what the Fed's gonna say. Instead of treasuries or stock or indices, should I just buy pallets of chocolate milk? The gold of the future. On a scale of 1 to 10, how smug are you about this drop? I'm not that smug about it. I mean, I expect the market to go down over the next like couple months, not just this week. The bad PPI data is in line with our expectations. That's always cool. People who think GME is going to monopolize the gaming market must have missed Microsoft trying to spend 76 times GME's cash on hand to buy Activision. They haven't failed in that endeavor yet, although it's meeting some resistance. How does SVOL ETF work? It's short volatility fund. Is that the other side of all the trades we talk about? No, that would be the same side. I don't know how the fund works. I've never dug into it. Did someone forget to tell Baba it's SLD? Oh no, Baba's so Baba is a Chinese stock, and is not super impacted by US indexes. It has exposure to like SPY and like NQ, but it's still mostly affected by like improvements in Hang Seng and Shenzhen overnight. Hey Girk, I won't be here tomorrow, the next day, or the next day. Oh shit. Okay. Well, have a good weekend. IBKR's upstart bar rate up to 110% from 99% at open. Cool. Thanks for letting me know, Pebble. If you were underwater on your Fubo $2 covered call for this Friday by a lot, is $2 CC for next week a good date to roll but sell before earnings? Um, I guess you could. Didn't they move earnings to the 27th or something? Or did they move them to the 24th? Still long yen? Yeah. Yeah. Long yen, short Nikkei. 27th? Oh, okay. That's what I thought. Is that for SLD? Is what for SLD? What happened to bad economic data today? It's already there. It already came out. I mean, there's more data today, I think. Maybe not. I think there's Fed speakers. Yeah. There's some bill auctions around 11:30 and 1 o'clock. There's a tips auction. Mester spoke this morning at 8:45, and Bullard speaks at 1:30, and then Cook and Mester again after hours. Grinding. Interesting. Hold on. Still no OI update yet. There's some resistance here. Was it Upstart you said had a classic bear flag? No, SPX. And so the failure point would have been right there. And dropped down and started to recover. I mean, this can fail again. Uh, but that was the failure point. No problem. My $18 puts are bleeding. What did you buy $18 puts on? This is what happens. Don't buy weekly $18 puts. Jesus Christ. That's not even remotely close to the money. Are you purposely ignoring this JC situation? What's the JC situation? You didn't notice the label on my super chat? What? The membership label? What did he paper hand? Shame. Is the OI on 17, 18, CSP on Jimmy too low after March OPEX? 324, 331. 324 for CSPs? 17, 18. Mm, 17 doesn't have terrible OI. There's some interest there. March 31st, not quite as good. Yeah, March 31st might be a little too low. You could still get fills because you're selling, but you're gonna want to set your order like at the mid, and you'll probably have to wait for it to fill. I mean, it's understandable. JC's still holding Bobby at like $24.85. So, I get it. Do you think RC has more insight than we? Mm, maybe a little. I mean, he probably has access to better data, or at least access to people that have better data. Would you own a small yappy dog named DRS if everyone paid you $25 million? Sure. How long do I have to keep it for? Should I walk over to the BP building and hire a flat earther to come on stream? No thanks. In my late night perusal of videos of shady description, I began to hear a gagging of quite familiar diction. Gork, 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 gork. Thanks, Baron Nope, I think. Is that Chat GPT? That's on Jimmy. Why is it up 10% and holding for an SLD period? I'm so confused. I mean, it's down 2% today. So it's up 7% from yesterday morning. If I was long at 4,100 right now, I'd be sweating. Really? Maybe. I guess it depends on how much time you'd have, right? That's the noise people make when they try to swallow pickles whole. Oh, okay. Man, this Jimmy price action is not good for my pets. Is SPX bullish right now? No. No, futures are struggling with the test at 4120. See, SPX bounced on resistance this morning. See if we retest. Just below just below the 200 BPS mark from yesterday morning. Right? Yeah. No. What is that? That line. Oh, that's an ascending trend. Never mind. VIX grinding down a little bit. Oh my goodness, today is Thursday. Yes, it is. That's accurate. I find I bought 20p weeklies. Why do you keep buying weeklies? Gore, can you tell me what SLD actually stands for? I only know it as ouchie down down. Supplemental liquidity deposits. Anything notable happening with ketchup and mustard lines? Not really. I posted them this morning. They haven't changed much. SPX gonna rip till end of day and end green. We'll see. Right now, I would say it doesn't look like that, but we've been surprised before. Call, like 0DT call interest up to the 3100 level. It looks like a lot of people are trying to play the bounce, but a lot of people are playing the drop as well. The upside of 4100 looks a little bit bullish, obviously. And then longer time frame, looks like a hell of a grind back up to 4125, which is where the larger amount of call interest is. I could see profit taking at 4115 on 0 DTEs, or maybe at 4125. 4125 has a lot of longer dated interests on the call side. Not a ton. I mean, significantly less than exists at 4100. But 4100 is very well defended. The 0 DTE side of things, I mean, it's all pretty fucking negative. This has kind of been grinding up all morning. I don't know if the correlation is falling off here or we're getting more call buyers. Futures. Not a lot of volume. It's interesting that we're drifting up on low volume. Top my head and tell me my CCs are safe. I don't know what CCs you have. Wall Street Bets founder reportedly sues Reddit for ousting him as a mod. My vision was not a massive pump group, but a massively empowered group which collectively strengthens the foundation of Wall Street. Ah. Well, that dream was destroyed. It doesn't sound like it's going to be a successful lawsuit. I think I got a PDT in my paper account. I'm saying that there's a lot of 0 DTE call buyers between 4100 and 4110. Shorts was closed. I'm not selling my DRS diamonds. Is this satire? Yeah, I wish. Is there a name for a position where it's set up so that if the near the money, near dated go in the money, the gains would be equal to the premium on the longer position? Like monthlies would pay for leaps? Like a calendar spread? Can this fail spectacularly like the other day now? We'll see. I don't know. Volume's really low. The thing I'm worried about most here, is not really the long positioning, it's put capitulation. Fortunately, it looks like most of the 0DT puts that were in the money already took profits, so we'll see if they re-enter. Kind of the similar recovery to the other day, which I'm not fond of. Unreasonable bullishness. Yeah, I know. The amount of money to do this is insane. Bloomberg's reporting this morning indicated that 0DTE trading tends to ladder. Yes, it does. I mean, that's exactly what they're doing, right? They're buying calls, and then as it pushes up, they're buying more calls at the next level, and then more calls at the next level. Is it possible to directly short or suppress the VIX? Yes. I explained dividend investments to my wife so we can get money out of our savings. So let me transfer our savings to invest passively. Anyways, on an unrelated note, SPX 0DTE put time, I'd wait till 41.25. Because it looks like that's where we're headed. Uh, Maybe. God, that doesn't look good on the 0DTE at all. Even with the call interest. Hmm. Skew adjusted gamma 1.8 million. So 67 million per move. That's not very much. Who timed me out? I have no idea. Ladder attacking the entire market. I mean, mostly just the indices. Everything else is still pretty fucking rad. I think seeing improvement. Dixie slid a little bit. But it's starting to move back up. pound and euro recovering. NASDAQ getting pumped still. Oil's down, but barely. Gold, silver down. BTU up again. Or BTC up again. Looks still up 5%. Tesla's up. Apple and Netflix are down. What's Meta doing? Microsoft down 1.26. Google down. Yeah, Google's barely down. Visa. GME 2165. Upstart back at 20. So most of Upstart's support right now at $20. Below that, not a ton. That's fucking completely unreasonable. Double top here. Planning to pull back your $19 cover calls or let them ride till tomorrow? Is there a good way to hedge them instead of buying them back at a loss? I don't really know if they're worth hedging. Like the ups, like we don't have a lot of volume, right? So the upside potential is really limited. It's probably not worth buying like out of the money calls. I'll probably either buy them back or just let them exercise. I think if it ever drops below 17 the next few weeks, we're gonna see Volmageddon 2 and an epic crash following it. Are you talking about VIX? If VIX drops below 17? This isn't these rallies are not like they're they're not like people are bullish and think the market's gonna go up, right? They're people getting out of their long positions that they're massively over leveraged in. Insanely risky. I don't care about the layoffs of BlackRock. Insanely risky to just roll covered calls. No, you can just roll them. Do you see Jimmy going below 2050 by tomorrow at this rate? I think Jimmy will drop if the market drops, and Jimmy will go up if the market goes up. It's not super complicated. If Upstart holds above, let's say 1920, big if, could we see spicy T+2 from earnings tomorrow? It's also going to be on SSR. Thanks, Gurk. Is it on SSR today? Was it on SSR at 1923? We could see some T+2 price action. You remember the SPY tips chart you posted in Discord last night? Looking like Feb 2020, etc. The last few days of price action remind me a lot of the period like before the COVID crash. We kept getting like very unreasonable price action every day. Like the market would gap down in the morning and then it would like climb back up and everyone would exit like their long call positions and then it gapped down again the next morning, and like over and over again for days. And then the gap downs started to get bigger and bigger and bigger. Um, and then we started moving down really, really fucking hard. VIX isn't moved by zero DTs, which are currently around 40% of the daily volume. There are a lot of it, yeah. 1943 was SSR. Okay. What market do rest of week? Asking for Carl. We'll see. I'm so curious how much this is going to continue to push at this level. And it's not just zero DTs, right? It's there's a lot of futures buying. I don't really think the market will crash. I think what will happen is the market will chop for a year, and any rally will be faded due to the high rates. That's not a terrible assumption. I think a correction before that happens, but I don't think it's going to crash either. I think crashes are unlikely. Although there are some things that could trigger one. They still need a catalyst. DMs. What do you got? Ridiculous. How are your guys' puts and cover calls going? Pretty good, actually. I still have a bunch more cover calls I need to sell on GME, so I'm very okay with it chopping in a higher range. Is now hashtag WOASS big ouchie down? What? But 40% is according to Bloomberg. It got as high as 47% last week. What's an overnight event that could set off the next bull market? Everyone's balance sheets magically get better. Would you see any reason Apple would go over 157.50 next week? Besides the market being wildly irrational? Isn't that enough? I mean, I probably wouldn't sell like naked calls or anything at that level. Is it enough to look at spread and volume? No, unfortunately. I go to one little meeting and the whole market turns around. What gives? Just more pumping. When SPX rejection? I mean, we got rejected on that second test, and then it just bounced right back, like right here. All listed companies have been buying Bitcoin at 17K. They will have great BS as the FTX case keeps pumping crypto into the October hearing. That's the soft landing. That amount of zero DTs is why we're seeing Volmageddon 2.0 stories come out. It could be part of it, yeah. Could you adjust the chart for GME, my dude? Dixie going up, but indices not listening yet. Yeah, well, Dixie's starting to go back up. Yeah, it's back over 104 now. Oil's also going up. Bonds down, indexes down. What a great day to be alive. No, I mean, they're saying that directly this morning on Bloomberg. Saying what directly this morning on Bloomberg? That zero DTEs are going to cause Volmageddon? Here's the deal. If they're talking about something causing Volmageddon, Volmageddon's probably not going to happen. Is the VIX still working as intended, in your opinion, with the shift to zero DTE and shorter dated strangles? I mean, I think the VIX works as intended. It's manipulated. Most of the last year was an effort to keep volatility as low as possible. Either by removing liquidity directly or by shorting the fuck out of volatility. Our current girlfriend has convinced my wife to get a nipple excision, but I'm not on board. The girlfriend says she can't do it herself because she has burger nipples and would be missing half her front hitters. What? I'm not today, Kendra. I have $19 puts on VIX at 15 for Feb 22. What are your thoughts? Uh I don't know. I mean, you're fucked right now. Kendra needs therapy. I think so. Every day we stray further from JPOW. I didn't understand it either. I still posit Kendra is an alt account for Matt Furlong. I believe that. If Kendra needs therapy, what do I need? Something else to do, Darth. A book full of Kendra's Ko-Fis would make a great coffee table book. Sometimes the things said are just so outrageous. I need a lobotomy. Is that going to really change anything, Popcorn? Hmm. It's at 1910 now. Where's Dork? Got any more of those Poland missiles? That was fun. No, Upstart's got a pretty decent amount of liquidity right now. They got quite a bit yesterday. We heard of a German company called Clearstream. No. The last few days are not signs of a possible crash. I mean, they're signs of repositioning of long positions. That doesn't necessarily mean they're a sign of a crash. Crashes are still like black swan events, right? You shouldn't expect one. What do you think about Meafear's thoughts about a run potentially starting tomorrow through next week for the halt in January? I don't think so. Although we could run for Feb OPEX. I think right now GME is just trading with the indexes. Like, look, indexes just dropped a little, GME down a little, right? It's just still liquid, but that doesn't infer a run, right? Like they're still shorting the fuck out of volatility. If the tips touch on the market, Grim 2, everything is done. Putin drops a tactical nuke in the Ukraine. Big down, or will they also be able to suppress that in order to exit long positions? No, that would be big down. I don't think bad PPI data is comparable to a superpower engaging in nuclear warfare. How's Vana looking? What on GME? Um dropping mm, pretty rapidly. Delta neutral's trending down too. IV's dropping. Delta exposure is falling off as well. Is this one just worse, Kendra? Wait, where did it go? To answer your question, Kendra, I, I do believe that yes, vinegar as an acid would likely denature the protein in question. You ready for the Charmvana squeeze? Every sell-off met with an insane amount of buying. It's amazing. Who's buying? Someone with a lot of fucking money. Upward momentum must be maintained at all costs. Did you see the fucking volume that came in on futures to turn around that drop? It's like if the previous support level fails, the market's just going to fall off a cliff. Market is totally fine. Equity prices aren't being propped up artificially. If the SPX goes down, let's say 150 BPS, fills the gap up, then down 150 BPS again, could that count as a full 300 BPS SLD? I mean, when we backtest them, we don't measure them that way. We just measure the drop, like from Wednesday to its low over the time period. But not all SLDs are 300 BPS. Some are. This market is fucking bonkers. All I know is that when this is over, good things are not going to happen. Confidence or fear? Well, given the fact that every time we push up into like one of these like call levels that have been left behind, they sell out their entire position on the long side, I would say that they're not very confident. Nice, Girk's PO Box guy. Congratulations, dude. Was the drop this morning enough for SLD? No, I don't think so. Good things are not going to happen for bulls or bears. Bulls. Like, this is, I mean, over the last 3 days, we have seen the market grind up on zero DTEs throughout the day, right? And they get these like long dated call positions in the money, and then they sell them all off, and then they do it again, and then they sell them all off, and they do it again, and they sell them all off. This isn't because they're bullish on the upside. It's annoying as shit, but it helps to have theta. Well, first of all, no, you don't have to sell off zero DTs on SPX because they're cash settled. But they're selling off their longer dated positions, like March 17, March 31, June. They're using the zero DTs to pump the market. So the market moves up, and then at the next level, they flood into the next higher strike. And they keep buying the next higher strike, and the market maker hedges up the SPX with them. And then once they get above their longer dated positions, they sell them out, and then we drop really hard. It's very worrisome. Meanwhile, they're pumping a bunch of money into the Dow, which is interesting. I don't really know what position they're taking on it, but they're buying a lot of it. Is it pumped to deal with SLD or something longer term? Well, given that they're selling off calls for like March and April and June, I would say that it's something longer term. How long do you think this will take? I don't know. It was probably stupid to try to time it in the short term. Any chance this has to do with the new Russian offensive in the coming days? Possibly. Dow won't save them. They're pumping Dow so that uninformed CIOs will buy Dow and be their exit liquidity on their overweight industrials positions. Yeah. So there's something that is very applicable here from Wyckoff, and that is that the composite man will keep prices elevated until he has exited his position before allowing them to fall. And that's what reminds me of like so much of 2020. Like, yeah, I'll show you guys. Fuck it. I shrink all these. Yeah. I'll go out to like the 30-minute. Not future. 1 second. So we got a little bit of a sell-off there. Hold on, let me get this. I gotta set this up so you can see. So maybe this will give you an idea of what I'm talking about. So this is the 20. Too late. I already made white. God damn it. This is the and I don't like comparing historical price action from one crash to another, but what I want to compare here isn't necessarily the price action, it's the positioning. So this is March or May, sorry, Feb of 2020. This is the SLD and OPEX period. that preceded the 2020 crash. Here is the beginning of SLD, and here is the beginning of OPEX. So this is Wednesday through, well, here, Monday morning of, this is the SLD period. And so what I'm going to show you is our current price action. Compared against that. Let me see if I can scale that actually. And so what's important here is not what followed this period of price action. What's important here is the way they're positioning. You see, during this period, and I remember it very well as I was super short the market at the time. We were seeing this slow grind up and covering in order to extricate long dated positions, because informed investors are always aware of a crash. And so every day, we move up, they get out of their positions, we gap down, they try to grind it up, and over time they start to lose their ability to do this, right? And then it slips away and then crash. And the fact that our price action is not trending positively right now is probably bad news. The big drop from most of the sell-offs during the like 2020 crash happened overnight. There were a couple days where they happened, intraday or like into the morning, but mostly through the crash. The biggest sell-offs happened overnight. What diameter auger bit should I use for a 6x6 post? 45 millimeters. You keep saying you don't expect a crash, but you also keep showing us stuff that might imply a crash. Interesting. This is ditch digging advice brought to you by Caterpillar. Well, since the market's, so part of the effect of that is, since the bullish price action is propped up on the back of zero DTEs, and they're removing longer term supports each time they sell off. Each sell off is exacerbated more and more than the one prior to it. Right. And if you look at the last few days and you look at our like overnight gap downs, and even our intraday ones, they keep getting bigger and bigger. Right. One thing this stream has taught me over the last year is how little most people understand probability and statistics. Yeah, I mean they're not really taught at a high school level, and then most people aren't taking, you know, any of that in college. So it doesn't seem like it's an unexpected knowledge gap. Do I buy puts or calls, Gork? Oh, dork. Eventually, they're going to stop buying those zero DTEs. Well, there weren't any of them this morning, and we saw what happened, right? April SPY 405, 400, 4090s, enough theta and good enough spread to capture downside? Sure. Conflating correlation and causation is a cornerstone of trading in the post GFC stock market. You bastard. In regards to SPX squiggle chart, the fact that catch-up is at all-time high is concerning. Doesn't look like the market can handle another tip contraction. No, I mean, the current expansion is what we're seeing now, and it is unstable and volatile. Volatility fell off with the VIX expiration yesterday, and it's already back where it was. I mean, if you want to look at a measure of market volatility, check out my SPX $12,000 call for December of 2027. Since the vega on that contract is extremely high, it is wildly sensitive to the implied volatility of the market. Actually, it's like what, five times more sensitive, 4 times more sensitive. Yeah, 3.2. It was a little higher the other day. It's enough. Usually, probability and stats are used to manage risk more than they are used to trade or choose positions. Net change in gamma is showing a large reduction in further dated out of the money calls. 4150 seems to still be holding strong. I think a lot of those are sold in Tropicat. Do you think the majority of this long or a mix of long and sold? I think there's still a lot of long calls at 4150, but I think a lot of them are also sold. I think as we tested 4150 a few times, a significant amount of calls have been sold at that level. With September 4100p that I got at 4200 is ready, but not so the other April puts. The theta burn is getting real now. Is it what on a September 4100p or on the Aprils? And the Aprils fucking, you're still what? I mean, you're still well above 30 DTE. So, I mean, yeah, the theta's starting to tick up, but I don't think it's a significant danger yet. Around 45 DTE is really where it's gonna hurt. Current spread on that contract is like 100%. Oh yeah, the spread's super shitty. I bought it to monitor implied volatility. There's better Vega contracts for SPX with far more interest. How do you see the 2020 crash coming? How did I see it? I didn't. I had a macro thesis that, the continued spread of COVID was going to shut down industry and business in the US for a period of time. And it took far longer for things to shut down than I would have liked, but it did eventually happen. And the effect of that was realized in the market. So full port 12,000s? No, they're a terrible contract to buy. And the spread is awful. You probably won't be able to sell them if the market did drop and they gained any value. No one would want to buy them. Well, VIX has also gone up since I said something. So I don't know if it's people YOLOing that call. I hope not. It's a really terrible call to buy. It's a great call to sell, but a terrible one to buy. SPX December 2027 calls. Do we regret not averaging down our 12,000 C yesterday when they were around $4? No, I don't. I have the best wife ever. She wanted to hire someone to do the fence, so I convinced her to let me buy all the commercial grade toys to do it myself. Except she said no to the skid steer. What? That's the best part. What are you supposed to just hammer the pylons into the ground yourself? Tell her that's going to reduce your performance in the bedroom. That's ridiculous. Almost unacceptable. I knew you were the smartest person I knew. Would CPI have really been hot this week if the Fed didn't adjust their calculations? Yeah. I think it still would have been hot. Some of the things that had their weighting reduced came in hotter. So the effect of them was less realized. Do you have a measure on how your stream influences the market? No, not really. I don't think it has a very large effect. Although I don't really play like micro cap or mid cap stocks where like the effect of a few hundred investors would make a difference. Moss pumped a little this morning on no news. Reaction to PPI? Maybe. I have leaps. I'm excited. You rent the skid steer, Idaho beef. It's cheaper to buy the skid steer than rent one. I rented one 10 years ago for 2 weeks. It was like 4K. The ROI is clear. Just buy it and sell it later. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I guess if you buy a used one, for the period of time you need it, it probably wouldn't be that hard to unload. If you can get a good deal. Or rent it from like someone you know who's like a contractor who's not gonna like rip you off on the rental charges. Would you say we're running into a period similar to August, September, where the market is overextended, but it would take a big CPI miss or other big news event to start the next leg down? No, I think we've already got the miss. I think currently December futures are pricing in a pivot from the Fed, while SOFR and SOFRA are pricing in 55 BPS by June, and inflation swaps are trading as if we're going to be at a 6% target rate by the end of the year, by September. So I would say that the swap traders and SOFR traders are correct, and futures traders are wrong. And that needs to be fixed. They need to price in a higher rate for the year from the Fed, a higher target rate. And if that happens, what does this mean for my bond ETFs? That might not be bad for them. Probably be good for like TLT. Stream has a huge impact on buying the top of the call options and bankrupt companies. The spread there gets nuts. Yeah, people really love to throw money at market makers. Due to the supplies and wait periods from dealers, used construction equipment sells same like new, sometimes more. Awesome. So maybe you can buy one and then sell it at a premium? You just need an uninformed seller, right? Are Vega plays on SPX or options on VIX a better approach to getting index volatility exposure? Specifically in a crash scenario. Um, that's kind of a mixed bag. Probably Vega plays on SPX, but they're also probably more difficult to move than the VIX contracts. So there's some slippage risk. I just got to the stream and I don't know if this has been talked about yet. I was assigned early on 6 Upstart Feb 17 16cc and 1 Upstart Feb 17 17cc. Did this happen to anyone else? There were a couple of people that said that they got assigned on farther dated Upstart covered calls. It wasn't super common, but a few people did get assigned. I have some like 15s out for March. I have some 20s out for tomorrow. I have some 22 50s out for Feb 24th. I have some 1750s out for also for March 10th. Um, I'm looking here and it doesn't look like I got assigned on anything. Actually, it looks like I got assigned on 5 1750 CSPs. What the fuck? Who the fuck did that? Alright. That's interesting. Yeah, I wish I'd realized this at market open though. Congrats. Thank you so much. They were for Feb 24th. My brother got assigned at 1850 GME CCs he sold for Feb 17. That at least that kind of makes sense. Exercising CSPs doesn't give liquidity. That's weird. Do you have an SPX OI update? Yeah, we should. Call volume is insane today on the upside. 4210 puts have started coming in a little bit. Gamma on the 0 DTs is now positive at 4135, but that is the only level it is positive at until 4145. All the levels below are negative. Puts are piling in at a fairly rapid rate at 4095, 4100, 4110, and 4085, while call volume is increasing at a less dramatic rate, mostly up to the 4130 strike on 0 DTEs. For longer dated positioning, now this to me looks like an opportunity for 4125s to start getting out. 4125 has not reduced significantly, but 4120, 4110, and 4115 have skewed much more negative on longer dated puts. And gamma exposure to the downside is picking up. So gamma exposure now to the downside, 4.4 billion, below, say, $4.4 billion negative hedge if we fall below gamma neutral. Check DMs. What do you got, Dork? Yeah, why are they using SPY to pump? Right? Doesn't it kind of look like they're using SPY? Like the volume on SPY seems like they're trying to use SPY and 0 DTEs to pump the index. ETF, creation, redemption. Okay, yeah, it makes sense. Yeah, they need the liquidity. Okay. If repricing comes and equities drop, but the inevitability of rate hikes gets priced in, what mean for indices or for funds tracking corporate bonds? Hikes reduce their value, but what then? Well, then I'd imagine that they'll get a lot more speculative interest, which will increase their value. For indices, it just means down, right? Have you ever noticed that CSA ETF is still on Reg Show with lots of the basket in it? Yeah, I know. These weeks are months until puts print. Just make sure you have theta, right? I might just say fuck it and get assigned to my GME shares. I'm tired of seeing a cost basis of 35. Long dated puts, here I come. Buy your calls now, boys. It's a thing. I have 0 DTE of theta. Okay, but like what are you playing? I mean, listen, like I know I talk a lot of shit on weeklies, and that's because people mismanage them. But if you're trading them intraday and using them as a means to leverage, they're fine, right? You set stops on them. Price action goes your way, you make money. If it doesn't, you stop out, right? The problem is people buy into weeklies hoping for like returns or carrying them overnight. And they try to swing trade with weeklies because they're cheaper. And that can get you burned really, really badly. Like I'm okay going down, 30, 40, 50% on an options position that's got, 45, 90 DTE.
but you don't want to be 50% down on a 0 DTE. It is not ideal. Are you expecting those 4080s to go in the money for tomorrow? I need them to hedge the gap between 4100 and 4065 till tomorrow. Now, I'm not going to carry them overnight, but I am going to carry them for probably a bit longer today. My current out of the money put position on SPX is not profitable unless the market drops below 4077. So I need something to kind of cover that gap. So I picked up like 10 of these. Any good strike prices for GME Leaps? Thoughts on $100 calls? I'm actually not super fond of my $100 calls on GME, and we'll probably get rid of them fairly soon and buy back in later. IV's at a low. I mean, they're probably not going to drop much, but they didn't perform that well on the last run up or spike in implied volatility. The 50s did much better. I probably won't get more hundreds again. Jimmy and Upstart don't like to be the same price. They have nothing to do with each other. There's really not a lot of like Upstart's a newer volatility short, first of all. And it's not really in any of the same ETFs as GME. So the correlation between the two of them outside of, short volatility positioning driving price action is very, very small. I think actually Upstart should be Upstart compared to GME. The correlation between the two is a very good way of proving and defining my thesis that all of this price action on these stocks is driven by the short volatility funds, because otherwise they should have no correlation, right? I recently started jelking and it's going great. Definitely recommend. You can do during stream and I'll let you know if you're peaking. Do you have any methods to stop the white from flying if she has that good wet whisker biscuit? Also, September 22nd is when. Hold on. This is all JC's fault. September 22nd is when Area 51 will create the first centaur. Second? This stream is free? Voxel won't stop. Markets closed Monday. Impact on SLD. It moves it. It moves it to Tuesday morning. This is the market content I seek on the internet. You know what? It's real, Dana. It's as real as it gets. Like sitting in your own very own hedge fund office. Actually, Kendra's not really that bad. Ben, Leo, and Salty, think of it this way. You could have sold your GME shares when it went down to 15 compared to that. Selling at 19 is great. I think selling at 19 is like, I mean, if you do get a sign, it's not that relevant, right? You can always buy back in. What's up, trader? My goal is to one day convince PiFi to let me come over and stream with him. There's already a thing for that. It's called Pontiff of VWAP, Kendra. How no market crash? Oh man. Are you ready for steel prices to skyrocket, Popcorn Trader? You're gonna pay off so many debts. Wait, is that what Pontiff is for? I'm starting a GoFundMe. Yeah, no, it's actually exactly what it's for. You get me 24 hours, all of this. Um one streaming session and an eggplant parmesan. Oh my god, I know. I'm able to write off Pontiff on my taxes. I haven't talked to your CPA. Are you serious about Pontiff? Like, say if I started dating a hedge fund manager or something. Yeah. You have a farm? Will you prefer the house or the stable? You only get served the finished dish, no recipe. Is eggplant parm a euphemism? No. I kind of want to get assigned on my $22 cover calls. Well, then you better hope the market pushes up to 41.30 today. This market is platypusish? Platypusish? Absolutely not. I would never shame somebody for becoming a pontiff. Popcorn trader. I totally understand it. How would one compare GME 50C 2025 calls versus 2024? Not sure what I should look for. Vega? Chicken parm is mediocre. It's veal's better. I could make it in your easy bake oven, but it will be a very small serving. Quirk, do you want to see my year-to-date P&L? Dear God, no. Obligatory thank you for this beautiful quarter of the internet where plebeians and aristocrats, geniuses and troglodytes, deviants and innocents can all frolic together in harmony. What a life. It's a silly place. Is SPX hitting resistance enough times to finally drop away from it? I fucking wish, man. Maybe. I think a failure here below 4120 is important. But it needs to be, it needs to continue below 4120. Yeah, this push isn't quite dead yet. I think the direction of the trend is starting to get a bit more negative. What's really noticeable is how much this like SPX pump fucks with our data, or like the SPY into SPX pump fucks with our data, Dork. I wonder if I should be accounting for SPY when I'm looking at this. Because if I account for SPY, then I should be able to see when they're going to pump, right? My CCs just went green, but GME is up. Does that make sense? Yeah. I mean, there's still extrinsic value decay. I have like 1950 CCs that I sold on GME like 2 weeks ago that are way the fuck up. Like they're even if they were to expire in the money, like they're expiring in the money profitable. Is someone using creation on SPY to short SPX? No, I think someone's using redemption on SPY to pump the market. Like this moment right here, Dork. Absolutely unreasonable. But the volume on SPY is falling off hard. Who? Primes? I mean, someone with billions, right? These aren't small positions. What are they targeting? Getting their long positions out of the money. They're called crime lenders. It's not the plunge protection team. It's the banks. I know who it is. I just said primes. You don't have to capitalize banks. I'm not a fucking idiot. Ask JFresh how big his beard is right now. I can hold an expo marker in mine. Can you write with it? Fucking dickheads. Check sundial? Never. Is someone pumping the pound right now? Ooh. Uh-oh. Yen's slipping. That's fun. Is it time for me to sell covered calls on Palantir yet? Not quite. Jesus Christ, I wish they'd stop diluting their stock. Let's say you put some zero DTA on SPX and it's underwater at this point. Can you hedge it with something when the zero DT or 1 DT is 80% underwater, or just average down? I mean, you can only hedge what's left, right, in the value. Besides, I skipped a grade. I played tons of MTG. I made 2.5 mil. I'd give Gherk his 10%. I think we'd see eye to eye. Or he could just rent my house. Gherk, if I purchase Pontiff, can we do a stream drunk and dressed up like Liberace and Scott Thornton? We can Colombian marching powder before the stream and sing sweet songs to each other. Johnson Flood, Mississippi, Mud Black Bottom. I got him, Lindy, hop, chop, chop, cha, 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 cha. I might need to increase the price of Pontiff. I can't tell if I want to cut Tesla puts or not. The drop has to be really large to be profitable at this point. Does it? Yeah, I mean, I guess. Well, Tesla's getting kind of pumped unreasonably. SLND up 22,000%. Looks like it's not, it's just delisted, right? It's a merger corporation? So it's just another, like, SPAC? I mean, did you own it yesterday? Are you rich now? Or are you just telling me about it because it's coming up on your scanner? I have traded inebriated. I don't recommend it. Any reason not to ride the Tesla momentum? Yeah, it's running out of momentum. Oh, reverse split. Weren't you pissed drunk when you bought Doge way back when? Oh, yeah. How far up do the big long positions on SPX go? There's still some left at 41.50, but mostly 41.25. 25. 25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25. 41.25 Gurk traded on sleeping pills one time and made money. It's true. Absolutely not, Sturkey. Thanks for asking, though. We got to test 4150 and close flat 3 days in a row now. That'd be funny. There's still quite a lot of day left today. Jesus, Vic slipping 19? Is there a... short VIX futures index? Hmm. Dude, look at, Dork. Look at the short VIX futures index. And look at it into close yesterday. It's called short vol. All caps. The sleeping pills day was so funny. You were nodding off. I don't really remember it that well. Wow, the real MOASS all along. Will they be shorting volatility and going long on SPY to keep momentum going at this point? Yeah. As well as the one I asked you about this morning. Check out its dividend, 17%. That won't persist in a market crash. It's interesting. It's a very high dividend. Maybe it's like, it might be like a really good entry if there is a market crash, though. That was the real MOASS all along. Yeah, they're shorting the fuck out of VIX right now. Is that on the 1 day? Jesus Christ. Starting to slip. Yeah. Oh. Do you think March 17 SQQQ calls provide enough theta for what might throw down? Maybe. It depends on your strike. I have some at like 40. I mean, they're kind of okay below like 40.75 right now. SLD more like flat LD. Am I right? We'll see. Momentum's starting to slip a little bit here. If VIX moves back up above 19, we might get another sell-off. Although a sell-off from this point will probably bring us back down to like 41.25. I guess maybe we see 41.10 again. It's starting to look like VIX is moving up a little bit. We'll see. Maybe midday the pump will die down. It didn't yesterday though. Did you check the May 17 50C on VIX? OI increased by 100% or 100x. That's not unusual though. I don't know if looking directly at VIX OI increases is sufficient to determine especially given that the roll was yesterday. I think that would be a great title for your movie. You could only hedge what's left. Recapitulation, so I can stop asking annoying questions about the trend. I don't know, man. It's kind of a bitch right now. I think it's time to say about June expiration to target March action. Interesting. I think we'll see Fubo below 2 by end of week or roll covered calls. I'll probably roll mine. That's on VIX back spreads. Hmm. What are you thinking, like 1925 or 2025? They're very profitable if I V bombs. Gherk, how can I show my kid's teacher my pork sword without offending her? I really want to see her Hanukkah bush and show her I'm a gentleman. My wife thinks I should start by waiting for her next to her car. Well, I'm scared she'll reject me, thinking I only want to talk about Jesus.
What the fuck? Don't show your child's teacher your pork sword. That's not kosher at all. I think it might be. I don't even know anymore. It's accurate. Bill 4116.75 gap with OPEX tomorrow. Which gap? I really hope that Bullard comes through that bear energy at 130. We've traded relatively flat since around 1045. Man, I don't know if the market could possibly be any more bearish, and I highly doubt that given the current situation of repositioning, anything Bullard says is going to make it tumble more. Oh, are we going to pump again? Where's the pump to protect us from slipping another level? There it is. Just got here a minute ago. Have you talked about the potential Feb OPEX run, even with the deferral? Yeah, pretty extensively. There could be one, but there's also a deferral. So I would not probably position with anything remotely high risk until volume and volatility were confirmed. So I'm thinking like leaps, synthetic longs, nothing too crazy, and then if I confirm volatility, then I'll add to it. I can't tell if Kendra is a 45-year-old good old boy with a lot of country knowledge or a 17-year-old browsing Urban Dictionary. Both. I told you I'd sub to Zillionaire when BTU prints. I'm not hazy. I'm a man of my God, and I uphold my word. Everyone shame hazy. What's left to shame, honestly? If he talks about raising the target rate to 6.5, the market will tumble more. Okay, fine. Yeah, that's pretty extreme though, right? Are we living in the scene from The Big Short where all the big players scramble for swaps before letting the market find reality? Possibly. Buttlicker, welcome to Zillionaire. Thank you so much, man. Hit me up on the Discord and I'll get you added to the country club, dude. June 16, SPY, 412p, targeting March. Thoughts? June 16, SPY, 412p, March. Thoughts? Hmm.
Isn't that like at the money? Those are expensive, right? What the fuck is SPY at right now? You're buying in the money puts? That's defensive, I suppose. Paying a lot for Delta in the near term. Yeah, extremely Delta exposed. My confidence in a rational market is shaken badly. Fair. But if you buy them in the money and then slip out of the money, they're gonna lose a lot of value really fast. Hmm. I wonder how dumb it is to push back again. Seems. Tomorrow. Do we have anything important tomorrow? Import export stuff? Import prices? Import export prices. And Barkin speaks in the morning? Hmm. My confidence in a rational market is shaken badly. I mean, yeah, I understand that. Did someone get caught off guard by the market data necessitating this call ladder or whatever we're calling it? It just seems like this is an incredibly risky and expensive way to get out of long positions. Well, yeah, uh, but necessity. Am I being naive? I don't think you're being naive. Is everyone being sad today when there's a massive AM SPX call position at 4100 that is likely being protected? Yes. That's correct, Dungston. Are we expecting any more downside today? I'm slightly in the green on my put plays, and I'm wondering if we should cut now and reposition once the market decides what it wants to do. I cut my straddle puts as soon as we bounced back above gamma neutral. Yeah, I would be cautious unless you have a decent amount of theta to wait out this near term price action. Do you think SLD period is one of the rare ones and the market goes up? The market hasn't gone up. The market has trended down through this whole period. It's super volatile. And every day is kind of fucking crazy, but the trend has been down. All our highs are lower. The market tends to inverse my moves. I just took 2 Imodium. You're welcome, everyone. Nice. Any cons to buying a SPY? 400p expiring in June. That doesn't sound awful. Uh, it's a, I mean, it necessitates a quite a large drop. But if you have that much theta, you don't really need it to drop to 4,000 for like 400. You really only need it to move down to like 405, 406, and you'll be profitable. Probably. I wonder what break even is on that actually. Ooh. 400 for June? 16 or 30? Yeah, 405 is fairly profitable through like March, beginning of April. Um, you need lower obviously for more profitability, but ooh, is this it? Capitulation? Well, that's gonna catch some momentum if it keeps dropping. Don't hold 4120. Just fucking drop, you piece of shit. Yeah, there we go. All right, where do we catch bids to the downside here? This is starting to get some momentum, so hold on. No, we haven't gone that far down. Okay, Gamma picks up, but there's a defensive long position in at 4105 and at 4100. Put positions at 4100 are strong on the 0 DTE. 4090. Okay, so we could slip it. Although put positioning is not as strong as it was earlier. And lots of in the money 0 DTEs have been bought. So Gamma's a little flatter, but yeah, if we fall sub 4120, there's some potential. So you really need to break away from that 4120 resistance. This is good, but it needs to fall more. If it does, then it can propagate a sell-off. VIX at 19. Fucking reposition. Really? That was such a good bout of momentum. Check DM. Oh, I fucking know, man. Dude, they're buying like in the money 0 DTEs. Look at this shit. Over the all the in the money ones have come in over the last hour when we were testing 4125, 4130. Yeah. all the in the money ones have come in over the last hour. And just now we're starting to get some put interest. Call hedge here? Maybe. F? They get me? These aren't retail. Retail's not buying fucking 50, like $30 in the money SPX contracts. Not enough likes. That's true. Like the fucking stream. By the fucking 1,000 at that, yeah. I wonder if some of the in the money ones are sold. That pump already reversed. Maybe it wasn't enough. See, like as they start to lose momentum, volatility picks up. It's really interesting. I mean, retail isn't spending millions on zero DTEs? Billions? It's not millions. There have been bought over the last 30 minutes. 8,800 contracts at 41. We're about at that price now. Those are $27 a contract. That's like 23 million just at that strike. They don't even give a fuck anymore, openly manipulating the market to get what they want. God damn, this gets me so horny. I guess I should Naruto run around the house to burn off this bear energy. Naked, dork. I know I'm bringing this up a lot, but this is why Wall Street has known about the zero DTE thing for years, man. This has been going on since Volmageddon. And it's only increased over time. There are like 50 different research papers on the subject. If you're finding out about it, Wall Street's known about it for like 4 or 5 years. Believe me, Bloomberg is not at the forefront of research into market dynamics. The attention it's getting attention because people want to start driving panic, right? Everything lately, all the news lately has been escalating, right? Especially financial news. Or Russia situation's escalating, the Chinese situation's escalating with the fucking balloons. All the senators are out there like, oh, we found out some things in the secret meeting, but we can't talk about it. And we didn't find out anything you don't already know. Trying to imply that they're like fucking aliens when they're shooting down Chinese party balloons. No, it's totally reasonable that a civilization would be able to transverse millions of light years to show up here at our doorstep, but they don't have the technology to stop a fucking missile. That drop brought to you be me buying a call. Good thing I had to stop. It feels safe to say that whoever's doing this to SPX wouldn't be doing this if they weren't expecting big downs. Or were in the know. I hope they get burned like the guy in V for Vendetta. I think it's people's retirement accounts that get burned, not the banks and hedge funds that are able to prop up the market while they get out of their positions, right? It's you, the taxpayer, that will ultimately fund the repurchase of their core funds. They don't know what they're doing, but they've invented faster than light travel. You don't master interstellar travel and they get shot down by monkeys throwing rocks. Exactly. Even if those rocks go boom boom. Good news, I pulled my 401k into cash last week. That does not sound like a stupid choice. Go, bro. You get attacked too often, Gherk. Please don't read a negative or angry bias into my comments, at least. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm in a mood today. Because I see a situation developing where millions and millions of uninformed people are going to get fucked over for generations. So some cunts in banks can make some extra money this year. There is no faster than light travel. If that were possible, they would also be going back in time. Time dilation? Wormholes? Theoretically possible. Is this happening sooner than you anticipated? A bit, yeah. But the spike in inflation is also happening. Like the turnaround in inflation data is earlier than expected too. I would have expected inflation to start turning around till if it was going to turn around till like May, June. So yeah, a little unexpected. Inflation's a lot more volatile than I thought it would be. But inflation's been a lot more volatile than everyone thought it would be this whole time, so. He shows the thing where you poke a pencil through a folded piece of paper. That's ridiculous. Interstellar, but are you trying to tell yourself to get more 12,000 calls? No, the 12,000 call is not a good position. I did not buy it for the purposes you think I did. Let's talk more about Crash because I'm about to say fuck the IRS and use the money I owe them on SPX puts. We'll see. I wonder how much more pump is left in today. So do I just buy a put here and let them leg it down? How hard do they push? Look how easy it is to just scalp free money off this. Gurk, I'm afraid. I understand. It's more than just the APs. I mean, the price action can fail again today, so you might get an exit. Hmm. Ooh, Vix is getting more sensitive. Gurk, I have had the same musty rag to clean up my white protein punch since college, but my wife refuses to use it when she's cleaning up my sauce from her body. She should appreciate that I stick by my children. How can I change her mind? Just get a new towel, man. Something soft. IWM is green. Jesus Christ. I know this is vague, but what do you think their ultimate goal is? Run it up, FOMO buyers jump in, then they tank it? I don't think they care about buyers. I think they care about getting their positions out and protected. Here's the macro. After the money printing, retail has always been told to hold and ride the coaster. So not enough people sold the market in early 2022. Yeah, I agree with that. Plus, zero TT puts came in and took it retail more poor now. And once it looks so bad, they use zero DT calls to run the market away from retail. Yeah, I mean, part of it, retail participation is still minimal, right? Outside of long-term investments. Why is SPX on my broker trading higher than your SPX? I don't know. Are you in the future? Both of my data sources on SPX are the same that I'm looking at right now. What OI is left? Can we speculate as to how much higher they have to pump this garbage? Well, this is an opportunity for 41.25s to get out, and the small positioning at 41.35. There's still some long positioning at 41.50. So I don't think that should be ignored. Although getting it up to 41.50 might be a bit difficult. Was 4080s dead? I don't know. No, probably not. At least not yet. Feel like they can go a little bit higher here. Forty 50. 40.35. Uh, Those are getting priced up now. On the 5-minute, it looks like this level might fail. There's just not a ton of support here. Do I have update on this? Not really. 40-40 is pretty strong, but we're still too far away from it. I don't know. I don't know if we reject here or not. Is this Bullard? Doesn't he speak later? He's at 1:30. It's only 12:43 right now. I feel like they want to get the pump done before he speaks. Another train derailed, and where I'm considering selling my largest long position right now, which is Dole. Is that a bad idea? I don't know. I mean, Dole's a pretty defensive stock. If the market were to crash, sure, you might be able to buy it cheaper, but might not be worth it. You could also always just DCA in the event of a crash. I don't know what your price point and stuff is. I mean, there's a lot of variables there. Okay, so it is going to push up here. God damn. That's fucking crazy. VIX is flat on this move. $41.40. Hmm. Yeah, I know. Jimmy's IV is down though, which is annoying. Tesla recalls 400,000 cars, ready to rocket up another 5%. Dear God. Okay, puts are building up. 41.25. Okay. So it's starting to get a little bit more put heavy to the downside, but not much. They're still buying in the money fucking calls. You guys remember when I taught you about high volume and stagnant price? Sometimes internalization. There's really no internalizers on SPX. I mean, it's not really. Mostly it's the market makers. It means institutions are dumping their bags. Ken Griffin can boof maybe 20 seconds of SPY trading. Yeah, that's some pricey shit. I feel like everyone wants this market to crash. I don't know about that. There's still a lot of people that are very bullish right now. They think everything's gonna be fine. You're like Tom Lee from Funstrat. You really don't like that guy, huh? I am unable or unwilling to continue trading. Please deposit another 25K to start again. Uh, do I have to ask your wife? Tech layoffs may seem bad, but I just saw a chart that big tech hired 100% more employees since 2019. The tech layoffs aren't bad yet. That's mostly just like earning sheet, like balance sheet padding. Everyone blocked me last night, so there's a bunch of three-way communication going on in chat. What were you saying? Why'd you get blocked? You do a poll and see if the Pickle family would rather have me start going to church and share the gospel. Lawrence of Arabia has made me realize I need to change. The Lord is with me. I shall be delivereth. Oh, sweet Kendra, there's no saving your soul. The SPX is gonna dump on open tomorrow morning. It could, yeah. Imagine getting laid off to pad the balance sheet of a multi-billion-dollar corporation you work for. What a kick in the nuts. Yeah. Jesus loves money. That's true. You're not wrong. You can buy redemption, Kendra. I mean, yeah, you could take a cash position and wait out volatility, salty. Don't forget though that you're to be taking like short term gains on that. Fuck, I'm gonna be able to close my calls. Dude, straddles are so fucking good right now. It's like 100% on the short side when you wake up in the morning, 100% on the long side by the afternoon. How much more room for Jimmy to run? The market keeps pressuring it; it'll keep pushing up. There's just not enough like negative market maker hedge to resist the market trend. Or I haven't. Damn, they're down a lot. Maybe. I mean, employers are already becoming far more open to hiring people with fewer credentials. I think you can probably get it cheaper than its current price, though. I didn't know they were publicly traded, even. I bought my first long dated spy puts in a while. You're welcome for the melt up. Girk, what's up with the SPX bullshit this last week? Oh man. The easiest way to explain is it looks like long positions are closing down everything day by day, and pumping the market to prop it up while they do so. It looks like we're in for at least a big downturn. I don't know if it's I don't know if it'd be a crash. Although historically this time of the year is the one in which they are most likely to begin. There's a few reasons for that. Wondering about employers being open to hiring people with alternative credentials as time goes on. I mean, there's a the demand in the labor market is high enough that yeah, I could see that. I mean, there was a period following like the .com bubble, where the demand for like tech employees was so high, and not enough. There were not enough credentialed people to fill those positions, and they started looking beyond that into people with like certifications and people then just people with experience, right? You nailed CrowdStrike so fucking hard. You're the fucking man. Thanks for all the knowledge. Thanks, dude. Yeah, it was a good one. JPOG gonna do a soft landing. Trust me, bro. I mean, we can soft land at 3,200, right? What's happening with Tesla? It's falling off a tiny cliff. Looks like NQ's selling off a bit right now. Tesla car recalls. That was like an hour ago, right? That's not like new news. J-Pow's a liar and doesn't play the guitar. J-Pow shreds. I don't know what you're talking about. Me and Dork went and saw his death metal band last year. It was called Fuck Your Puts. It was an intense show, but, you know, thankfully we didn't get trampled in the pit. Bro, that was sick. I took so much Molly and made out with a biker. Yeah, you did. Her boyfriend was pissed, but he was like 75, so it was okay. How did you acquire the boo-boo on your fingy? This? This is from what was I doing? Oh, I opened like a cereal box and it paper cut me across like the bed of my nail. Boo boo on Fingy? I didn't know we had doctors in the chat. You know, we actually do. I don't know if that's a compliment to them. Bullard? Bullard's like the most hawkish Fed president. Would you like me to kiss it? I mean, you could try, but I already had someone do that. It didn't do any good. The technical term is laceration. I'm not a doctor, but I did go to college for 9 years. Whatever happened to Dr. K and his Midwestern meat pie? He still lurks in here, hiding where he thinks no one sees him. That's gotta be the worst. College for 9 years and not getting a doctorate? You just get a bunch of bachelor's degrees or worse, like 4 master's degrees. How much theta would you buy for SPX puts? As much as I could afford? My wife did 10 years of college for a bachelor's and works a minimum wage job. That sucks. Is she not an ambitious woman? Or did she just get a useless degree, like something in the arts? How do you like Spy 350p for 421? Or is June a better play? Listen, man, I'm not going to tell you what calls to buy. You're barking up the wrong tree. If we're following Feb 2020 SLD and we mirror the OPEX week next week, where would that put us on SPX if the move was equally scaled? 3,200? Like if we have the same exact crash? Is that what you're asking? Nailed it. Graphic design. Ah, that sucks. Tesla recall instantly drops 0.5%. I mean, the market just dropped. I didn't even think the recall had that big of an impact. The recall was announced like 2 hours ago. There might be more sellers, but that's the only effect. He that is wounded in the stones, or hath his privy member cut off, shall not enter into the congregation of the Lord. So no eunuchs. The infertile and the castrated are not welcome. Thank you for reading from the scriptures, Kendra. SPX OI update? Not yet, no. Soon. I'll let you know. You don't need to ask me. Are you holding your BTU calls? Lots of theta, so I've taken some profits. I generally don't hang on to calls that are up 100% and wait for them to go down. I do have some left, but they're mostly there to just hedge my covered calls at 30. Clip it. Jesus loves you, Kendra. Are you sure, walking? If you have multiple contracts that are up over 100%, cover your cost basis. No thinking aloud. Here's a question. If you die, Kendra, if you die while wearing like a chastity cage, do you go to heaven? I feel like only you would be qualified to answer that. Spy volume cliff jump? Ooh, interesting. VIX isn't moving up on the downside though, Dork. Yes, because only the Lord can unlock me. Chaste and pure as the driven snow you are. Cool, I was in a meeting and I came back to find a continued clown market. Welcome aboard. Maybe the big boys know Bullard will say some really bearish stuff and got out before. Maybe. It's like someone is using a ruler to draw the upstart candles. Is it a broken ruler? Slightly bent? The floor is now SPX 3500. Keep trying, hedge fucks. It only costs me 5% of my contract value per day of waiting. Sounds like you got 20 days, dork. Ah, look at these wildly irrational markets. What a good time. You know what? I should watch, like... Hmm. Still obscene amounts of call volume coming in. 4120, 4125, 4130. Put volume's picking up. 4130 now has some put volume. Ooh, the battle has begun. That's exciting. That's all 0 GT, though. Ooh, 4125 long term is selling off, though. So is 4135. Curious. All right, Dork, hear me out. NQ 10,000 June 16th. The Vega's 10.9. It's not a row position, Cornub. It's a put. The volume is quite low. More people should play NDX. Fuck playing NQ. March 16? Lame. Are we just throwing out random numbers and dates? Yep. I like NDX 12K put a lot more. There's no fucking volume anywhere on the goddamn chain. True story. Mom died from colon cancer 11 years ago, so I get colonoscopies every 5 years. Last one, they caused an internal tear right inside my chocolate pocket, and the only way it was healed after the doc cut an extra wrinkle on my rusty starfish. Next is in 3 weeks. Well, make sure they don't tear up your chocolate croissant there. The market's going to hell in a handbasket, Gaff, and you know it. Sorry to hear about your mom, Kendra. I understand that you use levity to hide your pain. Love your moms while they're here, people. I'm literally eating a croissant right now. Does it taste better or worse? What membership level can I sign up for that is not Kendro ad supported? Oh, sweet top left. Yeah, but the handbasket is bedazzled, so that means we win, right? I don't know. I put another buy order in for Bitcoin at 11,000. Just let me know when I fill. I'd love to hear JFresh's opinion on this SPY nonsense this week. I understand he was more bullish on the soft landing during the Sunday stream sessions. I believe, and this is this may not be a direct quote, but I believe his words were, "Oh fuck, my puts are gonna print so hard, I'm gonna make so much money." Give it about 3 years. Okay. It's there. I'll just leave it waiting. You can't tell me I was wrong about 16. And yes, I factored in the collapse of FTX into my analysis 6 months in advance. Those long-term calls selling off at 41.35, 41.25, or puts, long-term calls at 41.25 selling off. Every time they push it up, they lose more of their long-term support to the downside, which requires them to buy even more calls to push it up. Are you streaming Bullard's speech? I probably can't even find it. Man, I knew I should have bought this 1250 fucking. God damn it. wonder what happens if we slip 41.25 here. Do things get crazy? They're fighting so hard not to, for the price not to fall anymore. But the momentum's against them now. If VIX starts rising on this, it's gonna get nuts. What the fuck is so important about having VIX at 1860 all day? Wait, Gaff, are you guys out? Are you guys cash now? VIX is a slippery stick of butter, just slowly slipping away. Alright. Have you ever considered putting your foot on an air pump-like generator? It could surely help lower your power bill with all the bouncing. Very excited right now. VIX is the slippery bar of soap I keep bending over to pick up. What if I don't get assigned on my GME? Hmm. Hold on 1 second. Sorry. Shouldn't I want delta exposure if I have conviction in the price movement? No. If you have a lot of conviction in the price movement, you would want less delta exposure. You would go further out of the money, right? Mm. This is still futures still are slipping. The fucking market at 4,700 by December. Get the fuck out of here. Check DMs. What's up? Some people in the Discord are confused as to why someone would pump the market with zero DTs if it's all wasted money. Oh, well, it's not wasted, right? Because you push the out of the money ones you buy into the money, right? So very, very little money spent overall. But let me give you guys a visual example. When SPX 200p print during a market crash, yeah, who would buy it? Market makers? They'd probably sell it because of the implied volatility. Um, this is kind of an idea. Maybe that helps people visualize. Gaff doesn't work at FINRA. He has a brain. How much of your GME CC position for March are you in now? I have 50 calls that I just rolled out to March, to the $17 strike. No, they're not accurately scaled. Did you roll past earnings? Yeah. It's just the shares that I got assigned on in December. So, I don't really care what happens to them. They're like short-term holdings. VIX climbing back up. Yep. VIX at 1872 now. Oh. Wow. That is a fucking volatile contract, given that it's in the money. I guess let's pull back to 950. 950. Still gonna be in the money there, right? Okay. You got the I'm a Mother Lover, You're a Mother Lover song stuck in my head. That song's amazing. One of JT's best. Your one DTE 197.50 Tesla might be okay. I know. I'm tempted to sell all my GME and gamble it on SPX 0 DTs. Can this go wrong? Very. And quickly. We haven't broken down through 4120 yet, so the call interest still has weight. And VIX is not up enough yet. It needs to go up more. Now, if we fail to break to the upside here, shit gets a little interesting. Breakdown at 4130 on futures. Oh, Bullard's speaking now. What level do we need to get to on Tesla to scare off the bulls? Sub 205 is pretty good. 200's got a lot of put interest. Gamma neutral for Teslas at like it's like way above it. To really scare the bulls off, below 160. But we can move to gamma neutral really fast if we get enough momentum. What EMA indicator do you use? Oh, this is what is this one? It's like That's not the one I use, but it's 30, 60, 90, 120, 150, 180. Can you explain your thought process on how you decided to roll your calls? What do you mean? Could you be more specific? If the price locks up above 19, I don't want to get assigned at 19. I'd rather have the capital now and less chance of assignment later. Ah, you bitch. Yep, they're pumping it again. But VIX isn't going down. Maybe that's a good thing. All the way back up to resistance? Maybe. What a fucking shit show. I don't think that fucking resistance line's in the right place. The fuck is that? Oh, maybe it is. You sure there's a Fed speaker today? Yeah. Mester spoke at 8:45, Bullard at 1:30, Cook at 4, and then Mester again at 6. Oh, VIX still stable. This seems like a bull trap or profit taking. I'm not sure. Put side profit taking or a bull trap? It hasn't come down. It's up. Fuck is he talking about? Does he have an earpiece in? Ever try Los Spada's original hoagies in South Florida? No, I haven't. Bullard states that continued policy rate increases can help lock in a disinflationary trend during 2023, even faster than expected economic growth and tight labor markets. Okay, so that still seems like it's inferring a higher rate into the end of the year. Do you think Chat GPT can write me a trading script to beat the market by 10% daily? I doubt it. AI is not really great with chaotic systems. BlackRock was down 22% last year. I'm sure if anybody could have figured out how to use AI to their advantage to beat the market by 10%, somebody would have already done it. That's definitely not going to be you and a chatbot. Not me. Chat GPT. It's just a chat bot. It's not that phenomenal in its ability to do things. Heavy positioning interest. Jimmy $23 by OPEX. Jimmy $20 by OPEX. GPT was trained on 2021 data anyway. You'll just get hodl from it. I guess it wasn't second half 2021. Otherwise, it would have been by hodl DRS. People forgot that AOL had AOL Instant Messenger had a few chatbots like 20 years ago. It's not that impressive. People are just idiots. People are idiots that can think it can predict things. It's what's crazy to me is how quickly the general population is so willing to just cede control to a higher power. It's like, oh, this thing will think for me? Awesome. I think that should frighten people more than anything. Sign me up. Yeah, I'm sure given enough time, it'll be more useful. I don't know what you're talking about, Gaff. I spend most of my day talking about boofing and food, sometimes espresso equipment. One step closer to UBI that would be reinvested into zero DTEs. I don't think you get both UBI and a market you can participate in. Anyone remember chat roulette? Those were interesting times. I don't. I never. I never. I never did that. What did it do? You just like randomly video chat people? I've seen like memes and videos from it, but no, Folgers is garbage. My old boss was apparently looking into Chat GPT to do all the writing for technical reports after playing with it for a weekend. Besides the flaws, it would undermine the value of his profession. Well, undermine the value of a lot of people's professions. Mob mentality is king. Yeah, I realize that more and more. It's depressing. We're down 42 points today. That's not gonna stop them from, like, people from pumping the market up on zero DTEs. They don't, like I said, they don't care about the data or the participants or anything. They just care about getting their fucking positions protected. The VIX is rising on the move up, which is kind of interesting. Why are we still moving up? What about what haven't I explained to you about today? Or this week? What'd you miss, Colorado Cav? I'll fill you in. The institutional knife fight is on. Below 4130 it is. I just got back from lunch. Okay, here's what's going on. A bunch of people have a bunch of out of money positions on SPX and all over the market. They are using zero DTEs and SPY redemption to pump the fuck out of the indexes while they get their positions out and slowly close their longer dated calls. It's been going on for like 3 days now. It's because of, yeah, well, yeah, gaff, crime. Do we see evidence of massive amounts of calls being closed? Yeah. Yeah, long-term gamma has been dropping off on the SPX chain for like 4 days now. Every strike we test, the fucking gamma just drops, and then they buy more zero DTs. Can you show me? I could probably put something together over like the course of a few days. I'll see what we can do. I don't have like a slideshow available right now, but maybe we can make one. The June NDX 10,000p you were talking about? No, that's awful. If we get a crash, how valuable would that be on option strat? Many thanks. That position's a joke and also garbage, but in the event of a crash, well, let's say a steep correction, 20% increase in VIX, and a drop below, or a drop, let's say a drop in, well, what's the low for NDX this year? Let's say we retest the low. 10.5. So the contract would be worth about $884. If it happened out in like March, 750, 720. That's like a 700% gain. Just buy back into that contract. Yeah, VIX isn't moving down here at all. I think this is like a lower high. I think it's gonna fail. With them manipulating the market like this, do you estimate we'll start having big downs next week or in March? I have no idea. It could start as early as tomorrow, or as late as like April, June. Trying to time a market crash is fucking stupid. Even trying to time a correction in the market is generally considered not very intelligent. Norfolk Southern had another derailment here in Michigan. No spills so far. They're killing it. I mean, if their job is to run trains off tracks, then yeah, they're doing great. Yeah, I mean, it can be absorbing SLD. I think that's kind of the point, right? Is that you're keeping prices inflated while you're selling for margin and leveraging the downside. Tesla to recall 362,000 cars. Yeah, we went over that. Your number's more accurate than the previous, but that was hours ago. And no, that had nothing to do with the fall off in Tesla's price. Tesla's price fell off way after that news came out. So there's a battle going on to salvage out of the money positions. When does it end? I sold my March 17 4,100 puts near open today, and I'm wondering if I should re-enter. It's up to you. People still think this is manipulation is new in any way. Just business as usual. The market is built to be manipulated, otherwise known as advanced trading models. Yes. Tell me my Tesla calls are okay, Girk. Well, as a holder of Tesla puts, no. Biden giving a Chinese balloon update at 2 p.m. Possible volatility incoming. Ooh. You think he's going to tell us about the aliens? I know a few people that can't wait to get probed. Like Walken. Hey, it's Walken. Do you know that overlay thing from earlier? Would like to see a parallel between Feb 2020 and now again. I do have the overlay thing from earlier. I don't want to do the whole thing again, though. It's like a big pain in the ass. Fine, one more time. Ridiculous. Where's all my data? Oh, that's... Hold on. This is the SLD period. Approaching the overnight. I guess it's like that. The SLD period approaching I think this is bigger. Hold on. Let me see if I can get this the right size. There we go. The market crash in 2020. Roughly. Jesus Christ. Crash tomorrow? I don't know. If it does, my body's ready. You think this there is a correlation related to the SLD period? Yes. Here's a fun fact. Markets like to crash on OPEX. If you sell CCs on a crash, would Ivy just get all jacked? Yeah. What happened in the following SLD period to the crash? That was that was our current price action overlaid on the SLD period before the 2020 crash that began, well, between the SLD and OPEX period of February 2020. Chill. No, not guaranteed market crash tomorrow. That's dumb. But this theory, does that make a GME OPEX round less likely to occur? I don't think there's a lot of likelihood for Feb OPEX anyway, given the fact that there's a holiday deferral and we're not that illiquid right now. Unless they need to cover immediately. But there's still a deferral. There's a holiday. So I have some exposure, but I'm not super bullish on it. What happens to commodities in the event of a crash? They fall just as hard. Generally they fall pretty hard, but then they bounce back really, really fast. Oh man, Bullard sure did turn sentiment around in the markets. How dumb would it be to double down on Tesla puts? I don't know, how much theta do you have? If you have a decent amount of theta, I wouldn't worry about it too much. PE of 200 is good, right? Tesla 200p weeklies printed so hard earlier. Nice. Hey Greg, I wonder your thoughts on hopping out of my SPX tied mutual funds at these levels. I'm average around 38.80 range, so I could snag my 7% gains and wait for a drop. I mean, you could if you think the market's going to turn down. Gherk, an important question. I sold some June 4,200, 4,400 big credit bear call spreads for like 10K each, and I used the credit and bought some puts. If we get a crash, would they get super expensive to buy back? Um, Initially, yeah. If we got a crash and VIX spikes, they would become like the covered call would become probably in relation to the amount of the drop, not that expensive, but it can hold its value. I had like calls out in the 2020 crash that went up because volatility moved so high. So yeah, I mean, in a crash type scenario, sure. They can be kind of hard to get back. They probably have a decent amount of Vega because they're on SPX. Do you have any idea if Nvidia and Tesla would crash harder if we were to crash now due to higher PE than 2020? What you want to be careful of with those sold calls is their Vega's high and you could get called if you don't maintain enough margin. Let's listen to Biden bumble about aliens. Yeah, sure. Politically inflammatory things. The boys keep going lower to save their puts and then let it rip. Man, if there's a market crash, no one's puts need saving. Let me tell you. It's just a race to get out of them before they're worth nothing. Doesn't that fund have volatility decay? Eh. Should I buy a house or lose my money on puts? Oh, that's a decision you need to make for yourself. I kind of want a snack. Thank you, Bob. And Kendra. Dirty little toe beans? What does BTU need to get and stay over 30? Thank you. I don't know. 30's a pretty strong resistance. It's over 30 right now. What the fuck are you talking about? Boom. There it is. What's wrong with 100% profits? God, people are greedy. Yeah, the Tesla news is old. Dork. Is Dork here? Where's Dork? Dork. I'm gonna tell you something. I'm gonna make a statement. You tell me if you agree with it or not, okay? The cost of momentum in the call side positions on the SPX is increasing logarithmically. Okay. I just wanted to say it that way. I don't think the speech is ever gonna start. No, wait, I think I'm right. Maybe? I'm no math expert, but wouldn't exponential increase be like this and logarithmic increase be like that? Okay, that's what I thought. You think you're right? Isn't that written on your business card? No, Dork way better than whoever you're talking about. Nope, there's Fluffy, ready to time people out. It's a necessary aspect of my profession, Gaff. Oh, Gork is right. I gotta go back to college before I forget all my math. Logarithmic is good unless the position begins to destabilize. So that they're holding it there, but not so easy to keep going up. It could be logarithmic, but it could be asymptotic. Nah, logarithmic. Okay. Look at this escalating discount for maximum leverage SLD plays. The longer you wait in cash, the higher the ROI multiplier becomes. Right? Octagonal. Oh, is Biden live? Oh shit.
Good afternoon. Last week, in the immediate aftermath of the incursion by China's high-altitude balloon, our military, through the North American Aerospace Defense Command, so-called NORAD, closely scrutinized our airspace, including enhancing our radar to pick up more slow-moving objects above our country, around the world. In doing so, they tracked 3 unidentified objects, one in Alaska, Canada, and over Lake Huron in the Midwest. They acted in accordance with established parameters for determining how to deal with unidentified aerial objects in U.S. airspace. At their recommendation, I gave the order to take down these 3 objects due to hazards to civilian commercial air traffic and because we could not rule out the surveillance risk of sensitive facilities. We acted in consultation with the Canadian government. I spoke personally with Prime Minister Trudeau from Canada on Saturday. And just as critically, we acted out of an abundance of caution and an opportunity that allowed us to take down these objects safely. Our military and the Canadian military are seeking to recover the debris so we can learn more about these 3 objects. Our intelligence community is still assessing all 3 incidences. They're reporting to me daily and will continue their urgent efforts to do so, and I will communicate that to the Congress. We don't yet know exactly what these 3 objects were, but nothing right now suggests they were related to China's spy balloon program or
that was
they
a
were
good
surveillance
question,
vehicles
Fluffy.
from any other country. The intelligence community's current assessment is that these 3 objects were most likely balloons tied to private companies, recreation or research institutions studying weather or conducting other scientific research. When I came into office, I instructed our intelligence community to take a broad look at the phenomenon of unidentified aerial objects. We know that a range of entities, including countries, companies, and research organizations, operate objects at altitudes for purposes that are not nefarious, including legitimate scientific research. I want to be clear. We don't have any evidence that there has been a sudden increase in the number of objects in the sky. We're now just seeing more of them, partially because the steps we've taken to increase our radars, to narrow our radars. And we have to keep adapting our approach to dealing with these challenges. That's why I've directed my team to come back to me with sharper rules for how we will deal with these unidentified objects moving forward, distinguishing between those that are likely to pose safety and security risks that necessitate action and those that do not. But make no mistake, if any object presents a threat to the safety and security of the American people, I will take it down.
How do I turn down Fluffy's intensity?
I'll be sharing with Congress these classified policy parameters when they're completed, and they'll remain classified so we don't give our roadmap to our enemies to try to evade our defenses. Going forward, These parameters will guide what actions we'll take while responding to unmanned and unidentified aerial objects. We're going to keep adapting them as the challenges evolve, if it
I
evolves.
saw what you said, Esral.
In addition,
Don't
we've
write it
directed my
twice.
national security advisor to lead a government-wide effort to make sure we are positioned to deal safely and effectively with the objects in our airspace. First, we will establish a better inventory of unmanned airborne objects in space above the United States airspace and make sure that inventory is accessible and up to date. Second, we'll implement further measures to improve our capacity to detect unmanned objects in our airspace. Third, we'll update the rules and regulations for launching and maintaining unmanned objects in the skies above the United States of America. And fourth, my Secretary of State will lead an effort to help establish common global norms in this largely unregulated space. These steps will lead to safer and more secure skies for our air travelers, our military, our scientists, and for people on the ground as well. That's my job as your President, Commander-in-Chief. As the events of the previous days have shown, we'll always act to protect the interest of the American people and the security of the American people. Since I came to office, we've developed the ability to identify, track, and study high-altitude surveillance balloons connected with the Chinese military. When one of these high-altitude surveillance balloons entered our airspace over the continental United States earlier in the month, I gave the order to shoot it down as soon as it would be safe to do so. The military advised against shooting it down over land because of the sheer size of it. It was the size of multiple school buses and it posed a risk to people on the ground if it was shot down where people lived. Instead, we tracked it closely, we analyzed its capabilities, and we learned more about how it operates. And because we knew its path, we were able to protect sensitive sites against collection. We waited until it was safely over water, which would not only protect civilians, but also enable us to recover substantial components for further analytics. And then we shot it down, sending a clear message. The violation of our sovereignty is unacceptable. We'll act to protect our country, and we did. Now, this past Friday, we put restrictions on 6 firms that directly support the People's Republic Liberation Army, the People's Liberation Army Aerospace Program. That includes airships and balloons, denying them access to U.S. technology. We briefed our diplomatic partners and our allies around the world, and we know about China's program and where their balloons have flown. Some of them have also raised their concerns directly with China. Our exports have lifted components of the Chinese balloon's payload off the ocean floor. We're analyzing them as I speak, and what we learn will strengthen our capabilities. Now, we'll also continue to engage with China, as we have throughout the past 2 weeks. As I've said since the beginning of my administration, we seek competition, not conflict with China. We're not looking for a new Cold War, but I make no apologies, and we will compete. And we'll responsibly manage that competition so that it doesn't veer into conflict. This episode underscores the importance of maintaining open lines of communication between our diplomats and our military professionals. Our diplomats will be engaging further, and I will remain in communication with President Xi. I'm grateful for the work of the last several weeks of our intelligence, diplomatic, and military professionals who have proved once again to be the most capable in the world. And I want to thank you all. Now look, the other thing I want to point out is that we are going to keep our allies and the Congress contemporaneously informed of all we know and all we learn. And I expect to be speaking with President Xi, and I hope we are going to get to the bottom of this. But I make no apologies for taking down that balloon. Thank you very much.
Why have you chosen Poland for your team? And what message do you want to send?
Encore?
There's been criticism that this there's been criticism that this
feel that China compromised by your family's business relationships.
Sir, Mr. President, there has
Give
been
me a
criticism.
break, man.
Did you overreact?
Who's this?
Mr. President, there has been criticism that this was an overreaction that was done because of political pressure.
You can come to my office and ask the question when they have more polite people with you.
Mr. President, why have you chosen Poland for your trip to mark anniversary of the war. And what's your message? What?
When are you speaking to President Xi, Mr. President?
I'm sorry. I don't like any of our presidents in the last 30 years, but Biden's just gonna die in office, and he really doesn't give a fuck. It's kind of funny. Careful, Fluffy's gonna time you out. I turned down his moderation intensity to light. I hope it works. Ah, he got you. I hope he's wearing a diaper. There'd be nothing funnier than him shitting his pants during a press conference. If I were president and 90 years old, I would do that every day. I'd be like, excuse me, I'm taking a shit. And then continue with my speech. What the fuck's anyone gonna do about it? He got you, Willem. Nice try, though. Making fun of someone's stutter is a bit low. Biden needs to start talking about a real issue. Space aids? What about space ads? Who's gonna monetize space first? I find it hard to believe that you don't already drop some hot ones during stream. Nope, no. He didn't say anything we don't already know. I don't think they know anything that we don't already know. Well, they shot down some fucking balloons. Wouldn't asteroid belt mining? I don't know, but I don't want to be anywhere near it. I'll invest in it. BTU to the moon. Literally. Imagine if Twitter acquisition by Elon was a means to acquire an advertising platform that he can then use SpaceX to launch into space. Imagine massive orbital billboards. It's a great way to spread propaganda. I would definitely pay money to have my stream projected on one. Just force people to watch me all day. 500,000 square foot me. 4K. Also written on my business card. That's correct, Gaff. I hope Power Hour is in reverse. Well, VIX isn't going down. And Biden didn't say aliens, so the market isn't crashing yet. The price of CoFis would go way up. But imagine that captive audience. Are we bullish on not conflict with China? I don't think so. Ooh, VIX did drop a little. Tasty. It's 226. Do you know where your puts are? Where's Ryan Cohn? We need him to rug pull something. No. What was that? Secret penis, negative 14,120. That's my P&L for February. Congratulations. That's much better than January. I nominate myself to buy some SPX calls. That way the market turns and puts print. Wait, me first. Hold on. Do they really need to wait all the way into the end of the day to pump it to 4140? It just keeps slipping more. The fuck? That's not. There we go. Yeah, I still don't know if we're gonna break above 4135. There's still all that call interest at 4140, and it's pretty long dated, but we keep getting rejected here. And gamma's negative at 4130. 4125 is support, and then negative all the way down to 4105. Ooh. That's weird. Hold on. Okay, put interest is picking up massively. A lot of put interest picking up at 4130, 25, 20. 4140 is negative now. What the fuck is going on? Are they selling calls at 4140? Spreads? Negative gamma. It went up a lot. That was quite positive earlier. Interesting. No, there is no guaranteed market crash. Stop saying that. I'll have Fluffy handle you. And you'll like it. What if the balloons were owned by GameStop? When they were the wreckage, they'll all have the NFT codes inside from the marketplace, and that's how they'll announce RC said they were his? Maybe. How do you see the basket stocks end of week price playing out? I see our beloved memes getting hammered tomorrow. Maybe. Yeah, liquidity is really not getting tapped too hard today because the market's just fairly stagnant. It looks like the trend is turning around, and GME is getting more liquid, but they're still covering on IJH, which is kind of interesting. So GME getting more liquid, XRT getting more liquid, but IJH getting covered a little bit. Maybe that's the reason for our stability. They're trying to load up on liquidity on IJH, maybe? It's very strange. Generally speaking, everything moves in tandem. So, you know, GME liquidity goes down, ETF liquidity goes down. Right now we're seeing IJH liquidity go up, GME liquidity go down, and XRT liquidity go down. It was strange yesterday too, is that GME's price rose, but it became less liquid. That's something I went back and I've only run across that a couple times. That's redemption, yeah, but they never do that, right? They only do that when they're covering everything. What's the significance of XRT puts expiring in March in regards to price action on GME? It could be quite significant. There's been correlations with XRT put expiration in GME OPEX in the past as a leading indicator. They're covering everything. Well, they're not covering fucking XRT. They're beating the shit out of that. XRT is at its like historic lowest levels by a lot, by like a couple deviations, right? You can see that too, I'm sure. They are kind of slowly resolving the arbitrage today, which may be what they're waiting on before they short. No, there's plenty of room for them to short GME more directly, right? But they don't want to hit the lending pool because they don't want to spike the borrow rate. That gets people all bullish. I think for Fab they're gonna reg show XRT again. Oh, interesting. Do you think? Hold on, Dork. Do you think they're using IJH redemption or XRT creation for IJH redemption? Don't you send me my GIF? That could be a fun turn of events. Maybe it just doesn't have a lot to do with GME. Fucking cooking those books, yeah. That's a slippery slope. I have 17 March calls on GME and Upstart at 24 and 25. Did you date yours further out? Yeah, Everything I have right now on GME and Upstart is either synthetic long or short calls. I have a couple. Upstart, I have a couple like $50 leaps, and GME I have some $100 leaps and a few $50 leaps as like volatility plays. But other than that, nothing. $41.36. That's resistance again. Well, yes. Rejection? Yeah, I think this is gonna get rejected. If you get assigned on GME, will you just play CSPs? Man, my fucking shares getting it's only like 5,000 shares of GME if I got assigned. I'm probably not going to get assigned, but if I did, it's only 5,000 shares, and they're just ones that I bought like or got assigned on in December. I'm not worried about it. I think they have like a cost basis of 16. Hear me out. 41.39 has always been the price target. Yeah, you don't think it's 41.50 on futures that matters? It's just 41.39 on SVX. I mean, you can always just play the bulls trying to pump the fucking market on every downturn. It's kind of hard because the volume comes in all at once to time the bottom. And at some point, I think there is an entry that will be very wrong, but minimal risk on the bounces, probably okay. That's kind of what I've been trying to do today, is just like buy the dips and then they pump it back up and then sell it. Have a few puts in case it falls hard. You guys got to think of more fun strategies to play SPX. On a day like today, you can wait for a peak to fail, right? And then buy, like, so you're nailing, like, try to nail the top, like, here at the trend line. And you can get, like, a 30 DTE put. And then after the failure, when it starts to recover, you can, like, pick up a call, right? And then, you know, if the call fails, you've got the put there to protect you. And then you can just keep playing the bounces with like short dated calls while you have the downside hedge of the put. I'd rather buy 0 DTE puts at the bottom, blame JFresh. That's fair. He's not here to defend himself. Perfect. Is it pointless to do TA on SQQQ? Kind of. Not entirely. I mean, it's just 3x the index, but you should probably be doing your TA on the index or on like NASDAQ futures. I don't know, Gurk. It sounds like I need money to do all that. I'd rather buy long dated puts and complain that the market is not crashing every 10 minutes. Fair enough. See this failure right here? And then you just wait. Oh no. And you can see if it continues to fail. You don't even need anything special for this. We can just see if it fails to the trend, right? There's a trend here. And a gap. So increased likelihood of downside. It's gonna bounce again. Yeah, but you wouldn't want to enter there. This would be a bad entry. You'd want to see if the bounce fails, then there's an entry opportunity. This is shit. This is garbage. What do you make, like $5? What are you looking for in SPX right now? Nothing. Well, if it falls to the trend, I'm going to buy a couple 0 DTE calls. Man, they don't want to give back that ground at all. Sensitive about their 4130 position, huh? But the market maker wants to fill that gap. Who's gonna win? No, it's not a failure. You want it to test the trend or break below it. Like if it wicks below and fills the gap, that's a good entry. They're both the house though. Tell BlackRock not to dump everything till my funds settle. Have you ever had a position down 99%, print over 100%? Yeah. I've had like end of day SPX calls and stuff that have gone like deep in the money before the end of the day. Sometimes you get big surges at the end of the day as the 0 DTE volume sells off. You can have some pretty crazy shit like fucking 10-cent options that go up to like $6. If they're playing hot potato between the ETFs, does that also suggest they're kicking the can until March OPEX? It might. It might not. It's definitely not something we see very often. See, sometimes you just have to be patient and wait for an entry, right? Because you don't want to buy here because it can slip. And you don't want to buy above because the upside's capped, right? Listen. Trying to show you fuckers how to make money. Last time JPAL spoke, 0DT 4150 calls went from 20 cents to $25. God, I love JPAL. Yeah, I know. I had some 0DTs. They weren't 20 cents, but they went up a lot. Is it going to matter what obligations are kicking if the market is going to crash tomorrow? It's not guaranteed. How's Upstart looking? Meh. Like volatility's crushing out? I bought so many weekly puts for the guaranteed market crash tomorrow. Thanks. Fucking ridiculous, man. ChatGPT is basing its data on fucking information from 2021. Stop asking it questions about the current financial markets. Greg has 1,001 DTE, 2,800 SPX puts in his other brokerage. No, I don't. How have you been holding out up without OG rules sending you options trades updates on Upstart? I've been okay. Do you regret showing that overlay? No. It's an interesting type of price action that occurs when, you know, people are repositioning. I think it's an educational opportunity. It doesn't mean the market's crashing tomorrow. People are just stupid. I would buy a 4130 if it fills the gap. I would buy a 4130. There's definitely something to be garnered from this. Lower. Hmm. Interesting. This gap right here, 128.53, 128.54. Or it tests the trend line, and then I'd buy a, like... Yeah, I probably wouldn't buy one if it tested the trend line, actually. That would be kind of a shit position, actually. Like, there's really no upside to it. Wall Street Journal. Gherk guarantees market crash tomorrow. Opens a large position in Alibaba. Did you see Munger come out today and say that, ooh, Jimmy IV just spiked up. I'm gonna fucking close this shit. I know why you're mad at me. I'm not mad at you. Change your name back and stop pretending to be Mark Long. What about the gap at like 42.19? That's so old. Ah. I mean, someday. $2026? No, I'm kidding. Does the gap mean less of time? Yeah. Most gap fills happen like on the intraday or like across like a T+2 period. They kind of lose their relevance after that. Safe to say we're not going to see another large sell-off till after hours. Just give me a second. I want to see. This is picking up a little bit of momentum. Futures are holding up pretty well. But the market maker wants that gap. No! Bounces too soon. Oh well. But you don't chase it, right? That's kind of the point of all this. Is like you didn't get the entry you wanted, so you don't enter. That's it. Who gives if it fucking rockets to 4,200 right now? Who cares? No, I don't think so, Carl. This market is frothier than a Miller High Life being drank in the bed of a pickup driving down an old dirt road. It's very country. Do you think Jimmy keeps trending downward? Probably. I used to love green candles, now I love red candles. This comment is not about candles. Learn to love both. Someone sold a 1,200 plus lot ES contracts at 41.40 4 times today. It's a decent amount of conviction. Yeah, that's probably some of the skew that we're seeing build up at 41.40. That's a lot of conviction. Cardano to the moon. Any tank the market news coming tomorrow? No. The news is in. We don't need more news for the market to go down. No, and from the beginning of this week, we've probably moved down near 200 BPS. I would say that most of the selling going off right now is being padded by a significant amount of 0DTE call buying. So I think SLD is progressing as normal, but you know, most of it's happening overnight. You know, we dropped what 130 BPS into this morning. I'm not like just short SLD. I have some like short SLD positions, but I'm just bearish overall. Overly zealous consumer spending, bad CPI, horrid PPI, mark it up. No news tomorrow, maybe mark it down. Maybe. We're still up from the week prior though. Are we? I mean, from last week's close, yeah, but our high for this week is still lower. Like green candle, but last week's high was at 41.77, and this week's high, or I'm sorry, 41.76.54, and this week's high is 41.59.77. So well, maybe we do get it. 2 consecutive breakdowns. This is unheard of. Calls are out. You wouldn't re-enter on this test. This test is not good. It's double the crime. Does BTU typically have a sell-off in a normal bearish SLD? Generally it's pretty resistant. It's commodity backed, right? So usually if VIX is moving up, commodities are kind of coming up. So it protects it. It can have like a slight downturn during SLD. Under 1K watching, what did you do right today? I don't know. Stabilize the SPX at 41.35. What if you can't buy theta? Then you shouldn't be buying options, should you? My option strategy is gaining serious traction on Wall Street bets. Are you just still trying to pump and dump your $30 strike? It's sleazy. I have 800 shares of GMU, the cost average of $33. Do y'all think I should sell some shares at a loss to go get some capital to play with? Damn, that's rough. I mean, taking a loss on a long-term investment is a decision you need to make for yourself, Mr. Goat. It's generally considered a bad one. Ever heard of CCs? Sell CCs. CCs all day. Yeah, CCs are cool. It's a way of lowering your cost basis. You'll probably lose your play money. Yeah, that's something that can happen. Am I seeing things, or is the spread between SPX and SPY closing? Ooh. I could tell you. Yes, it is. They are becoming more correlated on this drop. Significantly more correlated on this drop. Nearing interesting. Hey, Dork, you see this? What's that about? Do they ever become... They're never completely correlated. Close. Closer. Ooh, even more. Fun. Spy what doing? Giving up. Are you dumping your upstart IV plays? Yeah, I think so. I think IV's only gonna go down. Oh, this is fun. I guess we just go all the way back to 4100. Because there's nothing to stop us on the way down. I was right about that second test being a bad call entry. What? Fuck off, longs. You sons of bitches. Time for me to make $100. Nice, Dork. Oh man, VIX is ramping up. All the fangs are going insane. It is upon us. You said no market crash tomorrow. Well, what if it just starts today? Oh. Don't get me bullish on market crashes. I have so many puts open right now. I'm not gonna be able to control myself. Did you guys clip the convo about whatever led to this consensus about a market crash? I don't know why people think there's a market crash tomorrow. Just because our price action is like almost exactly the same as the SLD period before the 2020 COVID crash doesn't mean that there's a market crash tomorrow. That's ridiculous. Childlike view of the market. And I am full of childlike wonder. If you have one DTEs and it crashes, you basically lose it anyway. What do you mean? SPX options are cash settled, so if they're in the money when they expire, you get the cash. The sweet, sweet cash. How many falling knives have you been able to successfully catch? I'm pretty good at it. Apple isn't recovering very well. Yeah, but they're cooling VIX. And SPY's chilling out a bit. The band-aid on your finger says otherwise. That one was just practice. Short Roku? That pump was kind of extreme, wasn't it? Is that Bloomberg on in the background talking about weeklies and SPX 0 DTs? Just as you said you're full of childlike wonder. The timing was chef's kiss. Plunge protection team. That's not real. Well, not at these prices. We can talk about the plunge protection team like sub 2000. They're holding the line at 4120, Dork. These fucking bastards. The gamma on the 4115 strike's not even positive. Look at this bullshit. Look at all the 4100 interest they need to protect for tomorrow's expiration. Fucking what? Yeah. Well, it's like somebody who's willing to spend $2 billion to make sure that $5 billion 40/50 position never prints. Big Bull smoked the 4130 shorts out of their break-even stops with a 1300 lot buy-in at 4129. It stopped the momentum entirely. Huh. That's okay. All the momentum's to the downside. Oh, the bears are dying. Bulls. The bulls are dying. Slowly. Stuck with one toothpick at a time. Olay. Upstart can maintain this price? Probably not. It's going to be susceptible to sell-offs. Very much so. Can you move Tesla? It fell off the screen. Ah, yes. Win stream card with you in a bear suit as a matador. Oh, man. Trash? Did you hear that? Starting to get a little bit righteously indignant. Imagine these things. Imagine closing your covered calls ever. Not just rolling them out further. And also imagine closing puts. Red puts. My dude, Sam. I'm like Burry, but more timely. Wasn't here? When did you sell your 17s? I rolled them. I rolled them down to 17. And better calves? True. Gonna lose some ground there, buddy. But you need to close CCs to roll them. Okay. I mean, you don't. You can sell naked calls. And then you use the credit from the naked calls to buy back the covered calls. Then, hence covering the naked calls. What is the best to get NVIDIA puts? Is May enough time? I don't know, it depends on your proximity to the money, what your target price is. VIX mooning? It's not going down. Ooh, VIX back at 19. Things are getting spicy. VIX break 20, same like market capitulate. I actually traded the top. Is this what you feel like all the time? Yes. I love me too. Duty, Catman, Attorney at Paw. Platonic? Oh, lame. I just increased my 401k percentages to 40%, thinking about increasing it more. I love this channel. Thanks, Gurk, and everyone. Thanks, Gludemeister. Hit your Kramer sell button. Nope. I don't have one. They didn't give it to me when I started this. This is a sell-off in case you didn't know. A little bit. Just like the indexes and the mega caps, right? How did you know Tesla was going to recall 400 cars? Are you Elon's financial advisor? No comment. I mean, after today, I might be. Maybe tomorrow. Dork, something's gonna happen if we break gamma neutral. I make money? Well, yeah. I don't care about that. I mean, I do. I want you to make money, but gamma neutral is that orange line. Because it has tang. I'm colorblind. That sucks. So calls get a big influx of vitamin D at that line. Someone's getting some vitamin D when it crosses that line. I'm gonna go with $2 billion worth of long positions at 4,100. That's gonna be a lot of momentum to turn around. Tibbs. No, not a Challer move. The Challer is ready. Diamond is handing. Oh, my negative 80% 1 DTEs are up. My fucking Tesla weeklies are almost up. Don't stop now. Keep going. Oh, yes. VIX at 1932. And we've broken through the downside trend. This is some spicy shit. .03% to go, dork. Yeah, bounced to an all-time high. Point 4%. It's bullshit. If you look at that chart any harder, you'll need to buy at dinner. Already did. Yeah, it's 4,100. 4,100 is the big resistance. That's the big boy. Greg, I was not responsible and I did not set stops, and now I'm making money. Congratulations. My puts from this morning are only down 90%. Keep going. Will they take Upstart any lower before the 3-day weekend? Trying to jump back in. Really? Probably, yeah. I'd imagine they're gonna drop Upstart pretty hard. Do you normally wait for 100% on CCs? Rarely. Sometimes I do, but it's pretty rare. But flat would have been back up at like 41.40. There's still 30 minutes left. Ooh, gold rocketed on that too. Interesting. Dixie up. Dixie's cooling a little bit right now, I think. Get out, Guybrush. Do you want the market to go to 4,500? I don't think Jamie's rolling his collar. Why would he roll his collar in a dropping market? I think Jamie not rolling his collar is your canary in the coal mine. I've been saving this so I can say thank you. I have so many friggin' puts. Thank you. Thanks, Mr. Random. Congrats, man. Stock God Bear Song. Hold on. We don't have to be done going down. Yeah, it would pick up more momentum after it breaks 4,100 because the market maker on SPX would flip net negative gamma, which means there would be selling into falling prices as opposed to buying into falling prices. Capitulate and let the VIX flow through you. VIX at 1950. Hold on. This is gamma neutral, right? $4,155? It's a little bit lower. Right there. on, one more strike. No, 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 no. Just push it. Capitulation. Come on. Can so close. Yeah, fuck you, Bulls. Propane Dealer 7000. Welcome to Pigeon Whale. Fuck yeah. Welcome aboard, man. Thank you so much. I shorted the market at 41.35, walked away, and just got back to this? Were the calls sold off? Yeah, I mean, not the ones at 4,100, but now bounced to 5K? I don't know about that. That seems excessive. We might fight here for a second before going down more. That was awesome. I'm so glad we broke through gamma neutral. You literally turned it around with that song. Fuck you. Oh, Carl. I don't think this is turning around, man. Yeah, if futures break down through this resistance level and we open like say we open sub 4065, there's probably no like there's probably no capturing the losses. Like they're not gonna be able to regain their position, right? So there's like a high chance that they capitulate the 4100 position here. Do it. Chances my 21623 4085 puts print. Didn't they just 28 minutes? It'll depend if this sells off before close. If the pressure remains consistent here and VIX doesn't stabilize, then we could go down more. It looks like we might. A little bit. Maybe. Ah. That was a big VIX spike from this morning. Lily, welcome to Pigeonwell. Thank you so much. Hit me up on the Discord. I'll get you added to the Royal Society for the advancement of cooing and other lofty goals. Thank you so much. I assume congratulations. Did SPX hit the demand zone? It hit the shit the bed zone. Ben, thank you, man. I appreciate it. Guys, give Ben a shout out for hooking you up with Cornichon. Has the river run dry? Maybe. It came close there for a second, right? They're fighting back, but I think it's slipping. There's too much momentum now. The market maker had just turned against them, right? That's a big fat hedge. $3.9 billion per 1%. Spy to 400? It's not out of the question. Probably not today or tomorrow, but you never know. Good night, Tesla, sweet prince. Is it crazy that I kind of want to just take profits on my 1 DTs on Tesla? It could drop so much lower. Baba needs time. I hate that you probably made money on this Tesla 1 DT 19750Ps. You mean these? Yes, I did, Popcorn Trader. Imagine being afraid of the market going up. With this kind of economic data. I know you can't read. As you see the green number? Green number, good. If you own 4100p 0 DTE, would you hold them through close in hopes of cash settling? Risky. Maybe I would probably set a stop. And I would be afraid of short profit taking before close. That's why I would set a stop. So we got 4150p about Monday expire tomorrow. It's so damn deep in the money. How much theta burn am I going to feel if I hold this bitch overnight? Because I think we see more big downs tomorrow. Probably not a lot. You've got a... Hold on. My fear would be the market bouncing on short capitulation after this big drop. Feb 17, weekly expiration. 4150. You are theta. I mean, you're gonna lose like a couple bucks of premium. By the morning session, but by market open, you'll probably lose more. $4 a premium, maybe? Provided price stays where it's at and we don't bounce back, right? Is it silly to hold Tesla 1DT 207Ps overnight? I mean, you're in the money, so your theta decay is not that bad, but it's risky. Could this be a double bottom on SPX? I don't think so. I guess we'll see where it falls to. You mean on the intraday? Sure, it could be. There's an awful lot of put interest below this. And on a longer time frame, I would say it has yet to double bottom, but I think if it slips Gamma Max, it's going to continue to fall just based on where the positioning is, even without any other momentum, ignoring the macro data and stuff. It's a bit of a risk. I mean, you need an extra $4 move, which isn't that big of a deal, but you know, the profits are there today. You can always buy another fucking put tomorrow if it's going to go down more, right? The only thing you'd miss out on is if it gaps down. Shares only have upstart at 17. Sell now, re-enter if we're spiraling. You could wait to confirm. I mean, obviously, Upstart's not dropping as hard as the market is here. It's a little resistant. GME is too. I mean, a real like big downside event could drop it sub 17 potentially. Oh fuck, VIX just tapped 20. That's a big deal. No, they're fighting for it though. Oh, I think SPX is about to fall off more here. Another leg down. Yeah, futures volume's picking up a lot. There's some buyers. Future trying to hold 4,100. The correlation between futures, SPX, and SPY is so fucking high right now. Would you hold a 1 DTE in the money put overnight? How deep in the money? Straddle 4,100 overnight? I might try to. I'll probably not buy any puts, but I might buy some like 4,105 calls in case it bounces on short capitulation. Actually, I should do that now if I'm gonna buy them while they're cheap. I made 100K off this SLD so far. Thanks. So, all thanks to you for teaching me indirectly. Congratulations, Lily. That's fucking awesome. Well, I guess I could close my 4135s finally. Although I do have some more days on them. There was a Pigeon Well song for the new Pigeon Well. I played Pigeon Well songs for both Pigeon Wells. Dude, thank you so much. Thanks for your knowledge. Due to your insight, I was able to hold my put to at least break even and not be at a loss. Nice, man. Congratulations on getting your money back. SPX Gem and neutral? Right there. The orange line walking. 4,155. Is SLD over? SLD ends the morning of next Tuesday. How's liquidity? Are they even using it? I mean, it looks like Looks like they tapped a little bit of IJH liquidity there. Right on the big drop. GME still trending more illiquid. Upstart's definitely turning its trend around a little bit too. Falling back to support here at supports at 1869, 1872, right around there. Tomorrow's Friday, not the weekend. Based on your positions, are you still expecting SPY to go below 3,800 in the next month? I'm profitable below like 40.76 on most of my long dated puts. Some of them I'm already very profitable on, but the bigger, like the bigger longer dated part of the position is still a little out of the money. But I've been accumulating that for like 2 months now. I did the math last night, and irrespective of increased volatility from the VIX, I think sub 40.76 I make it's like $23,000 per $1 drop. If we cross gamma neutral before close, is that a signal of a small bounce? It could be a signal of some short capitulation. Although I think we're already seeing short capitulation, and it's not driving us back over gamma neutral, which is a good sign, right? Because that means that the hedge is continuing to work in the favor of the bears. So down here, if they're capitulating, you know, they're capitulating into the market maker selling into falling price action. Prisons and psychiatric hospitals immune to crash. My positions are up. Nice. Also, I might not be the real gaff. What? That's crazy. Remember this morning when I called you a stock god? I made 40% profit on one port for the day. I was going to quit while I was ahead. Well, I lied. I lost 20% of that 40. And the king, I made all of it and another 30% back. You fucking king. Thank you, Seacraft. Congratulations, dude. Your boy TR is killing it. Get the fuck out of here with Tootsie Roll right now, Torek. Alright? This is not the time. Does the daily chart look bullish? It depends on how much this breaks down, right? I don't particularly think so. I think we broke out of the long-term trend, uh tested higher, and then we're failing right back into it. If we fall below 39.75, I think things get really bearish. I think we're in for like a double bottom on the market at that point, if not worse. Imagine thinking this is bullish. Wasn't Lenixis long? Who gives a fuck? Up 1.5%, bro. Do I hold these 4080p 223 expiry through tomorrow? I'm up 60%. That's up to you, man. It's risky. You got some theta, but it's I mean, holding anything overnight is there's always a risk there. Unless you're gonna get a hedge or something. And you don't have that much theta, right? You just have till next Thursday and there's a holiday. Check VIX. VIX is up, right? Yeah, VIX at $20.13. When was the last time Jamie outperformed the market on a red day? June, July? June, July. There was quite a bit of outperformance. Maybe well, not really even in September, honestly. Do you roll Jimmy CCs without having a margin account? No, not unless you have enough capital to buy them back. Upstart was on SSR this morning. I have March 17, 40, 10 puts that are up. Would you hold them overnight or sell? Oh, I mean, you have a lot of time. I don't think I'd be that worried. I mean, here's the deal. I'm gonna tell everyone right now before anybody else asks me this fucking question. I can't tell you what to do with your risk. All right. Holding any position overnight that's just slipped into the money is risky. But if your thesis remains strong, why wouldn't you stick to it? If you're up enough, consider hedging. And so into tomorrow morning. Ding ding. That was fucking exciting. Right? Well, a little bit. All right, well, it looks like we finally got a breakdown in the constant pump we've seen over the last 3 days as we realized how big of a sell-off was that? 114 basis point drop into close. Spiking VIX and volatility into the end of the day and seeing pretty large scale sell-offs across most of the major mega caps. I think there is a chance that yes, this can continue tomorrow. Falling below gamma neutral into close is a very big deal. If futures open lower, the market maker sell off to hedge is going to be fairly substantial. Obviously this does mean that yes, there is negative pressure against GME, Upstart, Fubo, Tesla. That will probably persist, and as long as the market is continuing to sell off. However, due to their illiquidity, they are resistant to those sell-offs. In a similar way that they're resistant to upside moves, you know, they do not want volatility spiking to the downside either, as they are short volatility. Everything looks very good though, and I think those of you that were able to stick through until the second of 4 days of SLD, congratulations. For those of you that are not quite in the money yet, there is still a fairly high chance of continued downside. I don't know what range that'll bring us to. If it brings us below the JPM collar at 40.65, then there's even more potential. Right now, this range has the potential to stabilize between 40.65 and 4100. There is the JPM collar almost acts as like a tiny little gamma neutral of its own, and can push back against downside price action. Although I think the positioning at 4100 that was attempting to stabilize the market at those levels is much, much larger. And so I think if we breaking down through the collar is not going to be an issue. Breaking even, taking a tiny bit of profit on my enter too soon SLD position. Learning every day. Thanks for all you do. Thank you, Yaga. I appreciate that. So yeah, I will see you guys bright and early tomorrow. I would keep an eye on futures tonight. Their movement is going to be very important for our price action tomorrow morning. As always, thank you guys so much, and I will see you bright and early tomorrow. And congratulations, seriously, to all of you guys that took some profits today or didn't take some profits and are way up. Good job. Patience is key, especially if you're going to be a bear. Sometimes you have to wait out the stupidity of the market, and that can be a daunting task. So if you were able to do it, congratulations. If you weren't, there's always another opportunity. Thanks, guys. Have a great night.
Kenny's Mayonnaise is a proud sponsor of Pickle Financial, so when you get a hankering for some creamy, delicious mayo after a long night of snorting, sweating, and pacing, grab some Kenny's.
It's yours?
No,
Your mother said she found it in your closet.
I don't know. One of the guys must
Must have what?
Look, Dad, it's
Where
not.
did you get it?
Dad,
Answer me. Who taught you how to do this stuff?
You, all right? I learned it by watching you.
Parents who buy weeklies have children who buy weeklies.
We're not a cult, yo. Just some pickle fiend fuckers, not a cult, no. Like them AMC suckers, not a cult, bro.
Rico! Sit, Krian, sit. Good dog.
Hydrate.
Hydrate.
Did you get any of that?
It's a good show.
Not an advisor. Frigulon.